Man, they're giving me shit in the chat already. I don't know if y'all are looking at this.
I don't see it.
You didn't notice?
Let me go over to the YouTube side. There we go.
Notice?
Yeah, no, I must have it. I'm in somebody else's chat or something.
Yeah, me too, probably. No. Oh, here we go with Jeff B. Already starting. My gosh. Here, Roseanne's got something for Jeff B.
So, talk to the hand, bitch.
Bitch.
I love Roseanne. She's
Arrow, Jersey Joe, Annalisa.
Look,
Brian
hold on.
Lee.
Somebody hit me hard. Where's
I thought that was Cola with a wig on.
I wish I was that.
No, you don't.
She's
Brian and Willard. Sorry.
Somebody's recalling out there. I lost the comment, but I tell you what, you have no idea. That was childhood. That's a real thing.
Camel Cuddle.
We go down.
Mary Luck. I sent Camel a link. Probably.
Hey, Freeland. Oh, there's Blackwatch.
What's that? Whoa.
Blackwatch said Jeff got shot years ago. Just so you
What?
Yeah, Mom.
Cola, that screen that's behind it, it always makes me think. I mean, they look like springs or something. I don't know. I can't help it.
I like it. I don't want to change it. You don't like it?
No, I didn't say I didn't like it. No, put it back. Put the There you go.
There we go.
Well, hello, Blue Butterfly and Regina.
Mm-hmm.
And Linda. Got a lot of people in here already.
Yeah, we were late. They're waiting on us. All that we were late. This is all I heard. It gets me every time. What's up, Blackwatch? Regina. Already it is somewhere. What's up, Lauren? Sue. Oh, yeah. Who was it? Karen beat Willard Hall. I saw it, but then,
What?
Yeah, she was there, but then he's diligent. He'll, wait 2 or 3 hours and then talk again. I was like, dang, Karen, every week. Not every week. I actually was on time at least once or twice. But, yeah, you totally beat Willard, and then he, waited you out or something.
And the last 2 weeks, it's been my fault that she's been late. So I will own it. Sorry, guys. It's my
you're
my
good.
fault.
You're just taking blame now for no reason.
Yeah, but if Cola's not late, it almost screws up the whole space-time continuum. So she needs to, don't be on time. That's going to mess everything up.
Did you guys hear about the New York shooter that, maybe I shouldn't have said that. I don't ever know which words are the big bud words. Man, who's got a wrench? Jeff, you got to quit with that, man. What else do I got? I got to have something else for him.
I don't think you have met him, but his name is God.
Somebody Jeff needs to meet. I don't know if anybody's going to get that. Pootie, you're here. Or we're here.
His name is God.
I love Roseanne, man. She's funny, man.
Jasper. Oh my God, Bonnie. Oh, Bonnie, come up here.
Yeah, I gave you a link. I hope. What did I click on that made her think I must have said something? So, yeah, he there's kind of a conspiracy thing about Blackstone, but because that's who he actually did, bang, bang. But they're saying something about the NFL and the CTE. Anyways, I got a clip for y'all real quick. It's not long. So that they explain it better than I'm gonna.
I guess I missed it.
Shane went up the wrong elevator bank in an attempt to target NFL offices in mass shooting. Now, the official narrative has not been determined as to why this man, I believe he's half black, half Japanese, why he carried out these shootings. Though they claim they found a letter in his pocket that said he was upset with the NFL.
Mm-hmm, he was.
Additionally, there have been some activists that pointed out the address in question he went to, the Blackstone building, was the target of Globalize the Intifada activists over the past several years. He didn't go to the NFL floor. He went to the Blackstone floor. and he shot and killed an executive with Blackstone, and as well as injuring an NFL employee. So the conspiracy theory that we're seeing online is, in fact, his motivation was the anti-Israel protests. His motivation was the growing Intifada protest movement. It was, I mean, Zoran Mamdani, who has said globalize the Intifada. And I'm going to stress this because everyone gets so partisan on this one. I'm not saying this to be pro or anti. I don't care. The point is, there's a question as to whether or not it makes more sense that this guy was blaming the NFL, who he's never interacted with, or if he was going to Blackstone, targeting Blackstone for financial activist reasons or for Israeli activist reasons. And I'll give you a few examples. The New York Times published this in May 6th. Blackstone president donates $125 million to Israeli medical school, the largest in Tel Aviv University history. And one of the individuals who was killed, a Jewish philanthropist, Wesley Lepatner, 43, was named as a victim. Now, it is true that an NFL employee was seriously injured and is critical. Online, there's speculation that the true motivation was the anti-Israel sentiment. I'm curious what you guys think. I'll start off just by saying,
it wasn't just that. They get into it a lot deeper, and I have some more little timestamps and stuff, but it's also, okay, what were they saying? There's like multiple reasons that it could be.
I'm not buying any of it.
Right. Something with the, you know how
they're trying to trigger something with
the real estate, them buying all the real estate. And that's what they're thinking it could be to do with, right? Oh, there's Bonnie. Hey, girl.
Bonnie,
good to see you.
there you are.
Hey, y'all.
I tried to send Carl. I don't know if he's got what I did wrong, but I swear I thought I sent it. So hopefully he'll get it.
Yeah, right.
Oh, I didn't know I was still sharing, y'all. My bad. But I just didn't. It's so much better for them to just say it for me. But yeah, there's so much more if you guys want to dig into it. Just different things like the note in the pocket thing. Like I said, I'd rather them explain it than me. But why would you have a note? It just almost seems like you added that note after the fact, right? It just like all the conspiracy things pop up for me. Did you hear any of it, Bonnie?
There's always a note.
I'm sorry.
What's up, Bonnie?
I didn't hear anything.
About this shoot, well, I don't want to say it.
Is it the one in Fort Stewart?
It's in New York. It's in New York City.
He was a active rooter.
There you go. You were good. I mean, yeah, that's how you have to say it, I guess. He the people he did bang were Blackwatch. And but they're saying, oh, it was an NFL. Here's Carl. He made it. What's up?
Carl, baby.
What's going on, people?
Blackwatch. I always do that. Blackstone, not Blackwatch. Not the Canadian. So. What's up, Carl?
Oh, I don't know. Price of gasoline.
Everything.
Well,
How you doing, Cola? And how you doing, Ten? What's going on? How come you're not doing shows?
Because I'm taking the summer off because of, I'm on, I take care of my mom in the summer, so it's just too much. Yeah, so I'm taking a sabbatical till the end of summer. I told everybody I was doing that, back in May, end of May.
Oh, well, you didn't tell me, so I didn't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm on sabbatical.
All right.
I'm
I hope
actually
everything.
and I'm not on duty tonight, so I'm very, very excited because there won't be any, yeah. All right.
Well, I'm glad you made it. Carl has a shirt on. It must be cool. What the heck? Well,
It's cooled off a little. Yeah, it has cooled off a little. How you doing, Bonnie and Yorga?
Good. Doing good.
Doing okay. What happened to Yorga's face?
I don't know what he's got going on here.
I ate too many freaking bonbons, man. Doing karate and watching soap operas.
So you're incognito tonight?
Yeah, you can't see him. Oops. So, I'll play this one's just like 2 minutes again, and they're talking more about this and the details that I'll certainly screw up if I try to do it instead of let them say it.
Like, I don't know of any large movements against the NFL to take weapons and go to their offices and hurt them. So it's strange that a crazy person would do that. But it's if they were to come out and say his motivation was Israel criticism or like, you know, Israel genocide or intifada, we'd know, of course, because of the wave of protest that we had the 2 embassy employees who were killed already. That lines up perfectly with the action that he took. The NFL one does not.
Yeah. I mean, look, all the information that I've seen was that he was mentally ill, that he had CTE, the actual reasons that I've seen. So I don't think that this was, you know, obviously anytime someone goes and does a mass shooting, you're questioning their attachment to reality. But this seems pretty clear that it wasn't motivated by any kind of political stuff. It's
Why?
Pardon me?
How is it clear?
Because he actually wrote out what he was actually.
Yeah, according to the reporting, he blamed the NFL for his CTE because he played football. Now, he also played 2 years of high school football. Okay, so I mean that's a ludicrous notion. But if he's mentally ill, maybe he believes that, right? And
Do you believe that there was actually a note in his pocket that said, "I blame the NFL"?
Right, we don't know clearly, right?
I'm just.
Let me ask you: why does he need that cover then? Effectively, if
we
it was
believe that he actually
like,
we saw it on the internet.
So I'm leaning towards crazy people do crazy things. You know, however, the online theorists, and I want to stress this too because they haven't released an official motive. This is not a formalized declaration by law enforcement. Eric Adams just said they found a note in his pocket that says you can't go up against the NFL or whatever. But the theory is this guy was directly targeting Blackstone, a powerful financial organization with investments in tons of corporations that has routinely called out for jacking up the price of homes and one of the largest global holdings of real estate. The offices this man went to was Blackstone and a real estate holding office, and the woman that he shot was part of their real estate investment group. When you look at all of the pieces to the theory about this being targeting Blackstone, the pieces there's a lot of okay, that makes sense. When you look at NFL, it's like the only explanation is he was crazy, and quite possibly true.
So there we go again, Bonnie. There's like a little recap. So he shoots 2 people that work for Blackstone, not Blackwatch. And they said he's coming after the NFL. It's like, oh, that doesn't sound right. So, you know, I don't know if anybody's like saw this, but it kind of caught my attention because Riz Flex also covered it. So it was like double in my face, you know.
I think he was just a very confused white man is all it was.
Aren't we all? Is that better, Mary?
Possibly white.
Yep. What did you start saying something?
Oh, Jay's in chat. But he says he's not here.
Man, that'll get you on Craig's show, Camo, if you show your breasts.
Did you know I can make him dance?
Yes, I've seen it. Don't do it.
Oh my gosh.
I'll pay you not to do that.
Deal.
Hey, Zed. There's Blackwatch. I totally keep saying that. What the heck?
Jason.
What happened? Pamela, stop him. It's Camilla to you. So well, we don't have to stay on it too much. There's so much more. Let me see what else it was. They say that maybe they don't want to say anything because they're afraid it might launch copycats or some kind of, you know, vigilante justice. And the note in his pocket said something like, please study my brain for the CTE, you know.
Oh, so, wow.
They could just say they did it and he had it.
Yeah,
though, you know what I mean?
That's like a manifest. You know what? I'll tell you what. Gary Ridgway, Green River Killer, he wasn't leaving no fucking notes. Neither was Ted Bundy. You know, come on, guys. I don't leave notes. Hey, by the way, I'm really sorry after the fucking fact. No.
But then you get certain real reelers that like the Zodiac the Rodiac and they they want to taunt the police and stuff. By the way, there is the Zodiac case always has fascinated me, and there is a 3-part thing on Netflix where they know who he is. They know who he was for sure, and it's really good if you're interested.
Hey, Agent J, you want to hit this, Agent J?
Wow, Blackwatch, I didn't know that. Y'all heard this? It seems the White House roof is now armed with that. Really? Oh, you know
what?
All right.
Though,
Wait a minute.
I don't know. I didn't say it. Oh yeah, I gotta
I did see something where he was up on the roof of the White House.
Yeah, he was just walking around. They're like, "What are you doing on the roof?" He's like, "I'm walking around up here."
And he's making hand signals like it would be a dome over the White House or something.
It already is, man. There's
He probably was just sitting around going. He's probably just sitting around his office going. So what's on the fucking roof? I don't know. Let's go up there.
Sniper.
Have you looked into that? Have you guys looked into that? Because that's a well-defended location. You look into that.
Yeah, what's up with this air conditioning unit? I think we can get something much more efficient up here. Plate it with gold.
Yeah, how many presidents have walked on the roof of the White House? Just saying, you know?
None of them, probably.
Oh, you know, they sit out there at night looking at the stars.
That'd be the first place I would
me in DC, and right there in DC, you ain't seeing those stars. There's way too much light and shit right there.
There is no better place than to go smoke pot somewhere. All right, you go up on the roof and smoke pot. Hardly anybody ever find you.
That's true. And Stott in chat said it's a halo, not a dome.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
Did you hear that he was talking about federalizing DC? Do you know what kind of a change that would be?
Coming to a town near you.
Oh, Bonnie, I ain't worried about it at all. I'm on Trump's side. I already done picked sides years ago. All right, anybody, you know, I believe in this guy. I believe in this guy, and I believe he knows what he's doing. And I believe if he makes a mistake, he'll correct it. So I think he's trying to do the right thing. I still do.
Love you, Jason.
I do 3, honestly. I can't help it. Like, I'm not gonna, you know, I know a lot of people think a lot of things, but I can't help it. And for Pootie,
Pootie says his finger is about to explode.
Yeah, okay, well, this is for Pootie because Pootie's nice.
Trust the plan.
I'm just saying. That's what Pootie would say if he were here. So I'm keeping it.
Sorry, Pootie. Is it because he's pointing at me saying, "Don't say that"?
What's wrong with this?
Don't be that.
I'd be more likely to trust a chess player who knows that no plan survives first contact, that you have to alter your plan. You can think 10 moves ahead, and your enemy can make one move, and you have to rethink it all over again.
Yeah. Recalculating. Just like the GPS does. Recalculating.
You know who the strongest person on the board is?
What's that?
I couldn't.
If we want to talk chess, do you want to know who the strongest person on the board is? Really?
Would it be the queen or the king?
Pawn.
The pawns. Wow. That's gonna hurt my brain.
Why are you saying that? Because you can recover the queen or other pieces?
Any of them.
Well, you know, in actuality, though, the queen is the most powerful. You can say the king is, but you can never kill the king. You can only put him in checkmate. So, in actuality, you know, the queen can do anything any other piece does, except
I agree. I agree, Camo. The pawns are like Mexicans. I mean, Rexicans. You know?
Right, but you know, the only thing that a queen can do is
on the house.
We're powerful numbers.
I feel like I heard that before, Drum and Son. I really do. I don't know if it's true or not, but I do feel like I've heard that before. About I don't know.
You seem to see almost everybody sacrifices a pawn for something.
Okay, I'm saying this publicly. I'll take that sacrifice. I want to see our country saved, no matter who's in charge.
Well, I sure think that he saved us from a Hillary and a Kamala. I mean, imagine if he wouldn't have stepped in there. Imagine where we'd be now.
Right. So did y'all have any interest in? So Riz Flex also showed the footage of this guy with his big old bang bang. that just walked right in here and did these shootings. I know we veered real far, but it's just we didn't even get to the video footage. If y'all want to look at it, the guy that supposedly y'all are like, what are you talking about? It's been so long. Oh man, it's short. I just want to show. I think that's another one of the strange things about it is that. Okay, which one? Sorry, I got two of them up. It's freaking huge, man.
Here is a picture of the man. People are wondering why he was able to shoot himself dead with this weapon, considering how big it was. Like,
look at that demonstration.
What do you guys think? Post it in the comments. So if you're not aware of this whole situation, this mad shooter killed 4 people. He killed a cop. He killed an executive at Blackstone, I believe, and a couple other people inside of the Blackstone and NFL joint headquarters on the 33rd floor. Aside from the fact that
that
and NFL both have contracts for controlling mass media. NFL.
Oh, this story.
Okay. Regulatory and licensing oversight. It's almost like they remember.
That was the guy with that big old bang bang walking up.
Yeah.
Their little
and that's what we were talking about earlier, right, Cola?
Wait, they literally did. On the note next to the body of the mass shooter. He literally said, please, begged for the NFL and Blackstone to take me into your underground laboratories and study my brain, please. But no one needs to test his brain to know that he got heavy metal toxicity. No one. Now, let's take a look at the man that was killed. Rest in peace. A New York City cop, Mr. Islam. Can someone tell me what flag is over his body here in this picture? I'm trying to figure it out.
But
OMG, did you see that? That was half and half flag.
Exactly. That's one of the things I was going to forget. That's adds to the conspiracy. Just happens to be 33rd floor. And Billy says it can be done with that big old bang bang because supposedly he did, off himself or whatever.
Yeah, but he was. I think he's probably MK Ultra. He was part of, I'm not buying this story because it doesn't make any sense. Think of all the conspiracy things, like she just said, like 33, black, and then NFL. No.
Hey, Ken, out of all the things we've heard of for our entire life, which ones can we believe?
Yeah, that's why I'm not buying it, like I said, Gary Ridgway, he didn't leave any notes, like these weirdos, like the real crazy, the ones, those peoples that we grew up around.
What are we all coming on about, Jeff? You don't think there's a lot of strange stuff about that? Not saying that happened, but it can, right? Oh, really?
That's what's weird, Pootie Poot is, I got to say something. I heard that story about, the big balls who got beat up, and I've heard 2 versions. All right, they say there's footage of him getting into this scuffle with a bunch of guys beating on or whatever, but I ain't seen that. I looked for it today, but first I hear that there was a woman getting mugged or carjacked, and he went to help him, and then I'm hearing simultaneously that it was his girlfriend. So I mean, it's like when something first happened, when we first get these news stories, you get multiple versions of the same story before you get,
Yeah, that's something else that they did go into over there on Timcast was that, this whole unnamed source. That's the only thing that said it was football related were 2 unnamed sources. It never really, and they ran with it everywhere. So it does seem, all of it seems strange to me.
And he was a football player?
Yeah, but not in the NFL, they said. I thought.
So he was just played high school football. That's all a kid ever did.
Okay, so he didn't do any farm teams or anything prior
Nothing.
to
school.
Okay, that's or college even, because college ball, you get knocked fucking around, man, hard.
Oh, you can get crippled in high school football.
Yeah, that in college, because I don't know. I'm just not buying it, you guys. The way he just strutted in there with that big old long pew and everything like that. Like,
what does that mean, Bishop? He said, "Do you see that?" I'm sorry, Tim, but yeah, he did. That's why I showed that clip. He's like that big old thing. Like nobody saw that. Get a job that requires a security clearance and find out for yourself. Work for me. Just tell the truth on, I don't know what the SF 700 is, but I'm curious.
Well, he's the bishop in the game.
I didn't get any time stamps on that, but Benny Johnson totally.
I don't really want to get a no. I'm
that happened, 10.
I'm happily retired, but maybe if I was younger, I might have considered it. No, I liked helping people. I went into nursing. Sorry, that just didn't play out for me.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to me that when men stop working and stop doing things, they die. So I don't plan on stopping nothing until I die.
Didn't work on me.
What'd you say, Yorga?
Said didn't work on me.
Yeah, but because you're a musician, man. No, I'm just messing with you.
Nothing, Carl. I'm a nobody, and I'm still alive.
I was just messing. That was mean.
No, but I've known guys that retire and like a month later they're gone.
I've seen old farmers do it, man. They work all their lives in the fields, and as soon as they sit down on the couch and start watching TV, they die.
They freaking gone, man.
The one thing we know is if we're throwing any, we know where they're going. I mean, did you watch 10's show? I'm talking about throwing them. We know where they're going to go, right?
I think I've seen
always go to you. And anyhow, Cole, I gotta take off. I'll be back. Okay. I gotta spread my time here. I'll be back though. Okay.
Okay.
Promise. Bye, Tom. Hey, you don't have to. I saw a guy on YouTube had a dildo bazooka. All right, that thing would fuck you up. You could shoot somebody with a fucking
bazooka. Yeah, because oh my gosh, now it might become a thing because it got so much coverage and everybody's talking about it. Like it might become a thing. Gosh, Jeff, you gotta quit, man. What do we got? Hold on.
How come so talk to the hand, bitch.
Just saying.
Sorry, but why is he so nice and cool on the panels? But then he gets on the chat. He reverts back to primitive or something.
Oh my god! I swear he just doesn't need the life of a troll.
Who y'all picking on now?
Jeff B.
I think I'm the only one that said hello to him.
Dude, that's the thing is I've always given him the credit though, because when it comes to he's a troll. He tries to be a troll, but he does have a lot of good stuff that he adds to the chat. I always, and a lot of times it'll be something I forgot or something like that, and I don't mind the info and stuff, but man, he just goes at people. And
he's layered, man. He's layered because he's smart too. If you get beyond that trolling stuff, he's got some intelligence. You can tell.
Oh yeah, I don't take away from that, but yeah, he's picking. He'd be picking. I'm trying to see if there's anything.
And if you do social media,
right?
I kind of like what Jeff B says.
I mean, that's what I was saying most of the time. But
look what you did to Bonnie. Damn it! Oh, sorry.
What happened?
What'd he do?
I said, look what you're doing to Bonnie, damn it.
What?
Are you liking Biden? Is that what you're saying?
No, she's talking about Jeff B.
I didn't say, goodness.
He thought you were talking about Biden somehow and all
that.
I
was thinking you were agreeing with his trolling. You scared me, Bonnie.
Clean your ears out, Carl.
Oh, dang. It's so funny. Oh shoot! You know what? I haven't out yet, but she might not be up yet.
Hi, Pamela.
Hi, Pamela. So
she just got up. I woke her up. All right, and she walked by. She said she was going to come in chat and say hello.
Awesome. Well, if she's got another device, she can get her. We'll give her own square if she wants it.
She has her own devices.
Yeah, she just have to go in a different room so you don't feedback.
Yeah, true. That's already happened, but we're living.
Where'd that happen at? I missed that. Where'd that happen at?
I'd have to think about it. But seriously, we're running on like 12-volt power, solar panels, generators. The real trick is keeping everything charged. All right, for real.
Mm-hmm.
Living off the grid is not as easy as it sounds. I'm going to tell you that. It's actually full on constant maintenance. All right, that's what it is. You want power, you're going to have to work for it. Get up, do it, or you're not going to have it. What's up,
I got a
bud?
little bit more of Riz Flex real quick. It's short, I promise, but it is good stuff when it comes to like. It's starting to make me. Let me make sure it's ready already. It's starting to make me really. I don't know how people don't see. I feel like that one clip where he's like, "How could you not think it's a conspiracy?" Like that's where I'm at with a lot of it. And different people are pointing out different things.
Went on the 33rd floor of this Blackstone building. People are just wondering, do the 33rd Masons really have the mind control tech to make something like this happen? Is this a patent for remotely monitoring and altering brainwaves? No. It's fake news. It's fake news.
I love Riz. She's awesome.
A lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army at the time named Michael Aquino.
You guys know this guy, Michael Aquino. Look how he does his eyebrows. There's pictures where he's got them just so they look like little devil horns up on his eyebrows. This is Michael Aquino. If you guys have never, he's a definite. Yeah, not everybody. Yeah, he's a creepy little dude, but I don't know what she's tying this to the shooting. 33 floor and the Masons. I don't know. I'm gonna let her cook here. What'd you say, MK?
I'm going to say MK Ultra is a real thing, but there's something else going on that people are not addressing. Okay, for instance, like the media, for the last 9 years, they've been Trump bad, Trump evil, Trump bad. And it's created Trump derangement syndrome. So now you got all these people out there that hate Trump. They don't even know the truth. They don't even know the truth, yet they hate this man with a passion. Some of them obviously want to kill him. So now, is that a form of mind control to where you use propaganda, misinformation, disinformation, all this stuff to, cause the public to sway their opinions? Because that's what I've seen happen. I find the media, the entertainment, all of them guilty of causing some of this baloney. All right, they are, in my eyes, they're as guilty as the rest of them.
Right, definitely the media. I'm going to do just a couple more seconds.
The Temple of Set, an offshoot of the Church of Satan, wrote a report for the Department of Defense in 1980 titled From Psyop to Mind War that proposed using psychotronic weapons against the general public in order to alter people's brainwaves, thus altering their mood to coincide with government propaganda that was being broadcast. Aquino wrote, quote, infrasound vibration up to 20 hertz can subliminally influence brain activity to align itself to delta, theta, alpha, or beta wave patterns, inclining an audience towards everything from alertness to passivity. Infrasound could be used tactfully as ELF waves endure for great distances, and it could be used in conjunction with media broadcasts as well, end quote. So basically, Lieutenant Colonel Aquino proposed zapping populations with invisible radio waves in order to make them anxious or lethargic, depending on how the government wanted them to feel at the time, and use this weapon, as he said, in conjunction with media broadcasts.
Daily Mail, world's first remote mind control technology is developed in South Korea. This came out in 2024.
So I think she's just, showing that it is a real thing and that she thinks there's ties. I think there are. I stopped it before. So they talk about this altar and a pig and all kinds of weird stuff. It's good stuff. It's interesting, but it's also dark,
Something else I've noticed. I haven't been very active because I've been doing stuff and I haven't been on the internet a lot. But like recently, when you find out they're saying that the Epstein files don't exist, or they destroyed them, or they did this, or whatever, suddenly everybody once again was saying Trump was part of it. He's on the list, And the minute that happened, I watched all these channels that they play this neutral part. All right, they act like they're not one side or the other. But the minute that came out, they all jumped on this wagon. It's like Trump is on Epstein Island, all this stuff. And I honestly don't believe it. I've heard what Trump said about it. I know that if there was some dirt that they had on him, they would have used it years ago. All right. So to me, it just, when these things happen, it shows you the people's true colors, the ones who are like secret Trump haters. And I'm going to say Trump, even though I don't worship him, and he's not, I don't even idolize him. But the thing is he's on the right side. All right. I picked America. I didn't pick fucking communism. I didn't pick socialism. I picked America first. And that's what it's about to me. It's not about the guy. It's about what he's standing for. The one politician I have in 40 years that wanted to bring God back into the equation. I've never heard any of the other politicians want to do that.
Right.
Reagan did, but not to the extent of Trump.
That was 40 years ago. Believe it or not.
That was what?
I don't
that
hate
was
anyone. I'm just watching.
Well, that's all we can do because we only really know what they tell us. All right. Unless you experience something in life yourself, you only know what you've been told. All right. And that's where the problem lies. Because they're lying like a motherfucker to us and we don't know what to believe.
I don't.
Yeah, and you're forcing me to shift gears, man. I agree, Pootie. Back to the whole. Hold on. I'm just not fast enough.
Trust the plan.
That's what Pootie's saying. But that's what he's saying. So there is a lot of stuff that did happen. This one just came out like a day or two ago. This they're just talking and they talk. So everybody's getting subpoenaed, things like this, and stuff's going to come out. And that's what there's a lot of different clips I'd like to share where they're talking about all the possibilities and whose names are what. There's a list of names you wouldn't believe that are being subpoenaed, and just they're going to snowball tell on each other. It's going to be a big deal. I really hope Jeff B is right on that.
House panel subpoenas Clinton's and other ex-officials in Epstein Probe seeks files from the DOJ. This happened. Just look what time it is right now. 11:01 this morning. If we can read this article. It's now, the House Oversight Committee issued subpoenas Tuesday to two former Attorney General and FBI Director Clinton's for their testimony case involving sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The subpoena seeking depositions from former Justice Department officials were issued after Republicans and Democrats on a House Oversight Subcommittee approved measures to authorize the demands last month as part of an effort for Congress to obtain more information about Epstein. The investigators also issued a subpoena to Attorney General Pam Bondi for documents related to Justice Department investigation and to Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, his associate, who is serving a 20-year prison. And by the way, I think story just also came out where Ghislaine Maxwell has officially moved into a nicer place.
Yeah, next to you, Bonnie.
No, literally, she just moved into a new prison amid.
Ghislaine Maxwell moved next to Bonnie.
And
yeah, she's in Texas.
Story,
yeah.
The list,
but they're roomies or something.
I had one of the lists that I see here.
No.
David Harris posted. If you have a list of the names, I want to share this because I'm coming to you here to see what this could look like.
You know who's in that prison? Elizabeth Holmes is in that new prison that they moved her to in Texas.
Oh,
so I can talk about.
Interesting. Here's the names: William Barr, Alberto Gonzalez, Jeff Sessions, Eric Holder, Merrick Garland, James Comey, Robert Mueller, Loretta Lynch are some of the names of people that got subpoenaed this morning. Tom, what does this mean?
What this means is everyone has won an all-expenses-paid trip to Washington to be questioned. And unless everybody just wants to stand there and say, I take the fifth, I take the fifth, I take the fifth, which makes everybody look bad. So you're all guilty. But that could be what comes out of it. So I think on the far end of one thing, everybody takes the fifth. Everybody sits there like this, refusing to cooperate. Like when we saw Hillary, you've got probably, remember how Hillary looked exasperated when she was being quizzed about Benghazi?
What difference does it make?
Yeah, what difference does it make? And she sat there, and she sat there like this, remember? Just like,
horrible.
And going, like, you're not going to get anything.
So, but there's definitely other opinions on it where it goes back and forth, where people think they will, they won't, like I said, that they'll break. I don't want to run the next clip. I'll just wait till I play it. But definitely, they can't only just plead the fifth,
It doesn't really get me anywhere to keep up on all of this. I mean, I have in time, and I kind of am now. But I notice when I step away from it and I come back to it a week later or whatever, I don't really miss anything. It's like you'll actually get more of the whole story, it's
the longer it goes. Exactly. Well, just think about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Like, we didn't have any of this. Everybody's like, he's not going to give us the information and all that. We're going to get all kinds of information. It looks like, that's some big names there. It's like nothing's going to happen. That's something.
Well, that's where I'm at. I'm done looking for the information. I'm just going to wait till it comes out. That's all I can do.
Pick a board game. Yeah.
Well, how many rabbit holes you been down, Cola?
So many. And you know what? Sometimes you get a little bow on top. I think we're heading towards the bow on top. I certainly hope so. Where it's like we were right. These people are awful. These things were going on. And now the whole rest of the world knows. And you're not a conspiracy theorist anymore. It's just a fact. And they may or may not get in any trouble.
You mean like 9 years ago, they didn't even acknowledge that the deep state was real? Or, even just 3 years ago, nobody acknowledged that chemtrails were real until Tennessee banned them? You mean stuff like that? Where all these conspiracy theories start coming true right before your eyes?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you know what, Carl? That whole deep state thing, it's so obvious because, I work for big companies. And they have their own little deep states up inside, that political bullshit that happens that isn't notated, shall we say? That's just human nature to create a deep state. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And actually, I think it was created in 1963. Right? I think that's when they finalized their control. I think the intelligence agencies from that point on have been the deep state behind the scenes, along with other, organizations and agencies that hop on or I don't know how you would say, assimilated into the system to where now.
I agree.
Well,
Lawrence says 1913, and she's got a point. That was when they.
I'm saying, there's been a lot of crookedness. Well, I know there was a lot of crookedness before all that. I'm just saying they finalized their control when they killed our president.
Yeah, that's when the egg became the omelet, shall we say.
You keep saying that, Jeff. Just say what they're setting up. You said arresting Obama.
We're talking around in circles, Jeff. God, everybody knows you're the smartest guy in the room. Come on.
It's a riddle.
He's dancing around like he likes to in his underwear.
It's a riddle. Read between the lines.
Mm-hmm. Well, just say it. Why did they say Obama had immunity? Well, they say it doesn't matter if you have immunity if it's treason or treasonous.
And you're supposed to put a question mark if it's a question, Jeff. I bet you got a C in grammar.
I don't think Obama won, and I know he didn't win the second time. I think he was put in there, and they used the system to keep who they wanted in up until Mr. Trump entered the scene. I think that's really what we've seen. We're going to find out. They already starting to talk about it. This has been going on for more like 20 years at least. So, if you look at the Bushes and you look at the history of Obama with the Bushes, I think Bush got Obama in there, and if it makes sense, who was his VP? None other than the little puppet they put in place, and Hillary right there with them. I think it was like their own little cabal, and I think it's all going to come out. We're going to see it.
You know what still burns my ass about Obama, though? It's what was he, 3 or 6 months in to his first term, and here's a peace prize. Here's your Nobel Peace. What do you do? Frickin' Trump is like ended, I don't know, 4 or 5 wars, and it's going to kill them to give him the Nobel Peace Prize. It's going to kill him, but they almost have to.
I've seen the Nobel Peace Prize for being the first non-American president.
There you go.
In mind.
I might even have some footage of CNN actually praising Trump about the tariffs and a couple things. And it's like, that was weird to see. There was only one clip, but it's been shared around. Everybody's sharing it because they're like, wait a minute, what is this? CNN? Right, there you go. Tell them, Clay. Well, there you go, Jeff.
And he don't know, again, he don't know what he's talking
about. So here's another clip, though, about this these guys talking about the same stuff they were just talking about. And Who Do the Clintons Fear is the name of it. because there's so many people, who's going to tell on them. Basically, they're all going to tell on them. I feel like.
Worry about. I want to look that Epstein victims identified due by August 19th, a demanding full, complete, unredacted files with victims identified by August 19th. Clinton's deposition is scheduled on October 14th. Hillary Clinton's October 9th, Comey 7th, Mueller 2nd, Boris 18th of August, Alberto's 26th. Session. So this is going to happen the next few weeks.
And look who's first.
Slick Willie.
No, William.
Bill. Slick Willie.
No. William Barr is first, August 18th.
Oh, meaning Gates one. Oh, I thought they meant the list.
No. Who on this list do Clintons worry about? Because you got to know, Clintons are going to call everybody, and there's going to be a conference call today if it hasn't already happened.
They're done.
Which of them do you think they fear? Do you think Loretta's the one they fear?
I would look at Loretta and Eric Holder,
Jeff,
because those are the ones that it seems.
Jeff Sessions.
Tell me why.
Jeff Sessions. He has a relationship with Trump, and I think out of all those, Tommy, like you made a great point on the fifth and who's going to talk and who's not going to talk. I mean, if I was Bill Clinton, I wouldn't say one damn word, bro. That guy is the most entrenched with Jeffrey Epstein. Why? I would ask him every question from besides the redacted stuff. Why the hell was he visiting you at the White House 11 times? Why? Why were you flying on Pedophile Express, whatever the hell it's called, 26 times? Why were you at those are questions. Why are you pictured with these young girls? That relationship. Why when you walk into Epstein's house in Manhattan, Pat, there's a picture of you in a dress pointing at the people walking.
You would never have a dress in your apartment.
I'm not a big purple. I wear red or something more flashy. But my point is being Jeff Sessions has a relationship. But at the end of the day, PBD, do you think anything's going to come off this, even if they don't plead the fifth?
I don't know.
And they all
I know you're saying that, and I know, Vinny, that's something you say a lot. But hear me out.
Okay.
You know what I'm for? In business, there's a couple things. The longer you're in business, you realize one thing will never happen. You know what never happened in business?
What?
Perfection. You will never have perfection in business, ever.
Okay.
Guess what you're looking for in business, in marriage, in parenting? You know what you're looking for?
What?
Progress is what you're looking for. I think this is progress. And I think you got to applaud them for making progress, for being subpoenaed. Where it goes from here, who knows? I like the fact that they're doing this. The reality of it is Daily Mail comes out with a story a couple of days ago, and they say all these people linked to Epstein scandal who have died by suicide. Epstein died by suicide. Virginia Giuffre died by suicide, April the 25th at 41 years old. And she said this would never happen. And she was the one that at an Australia farm, abused as a child, trafficked by Ron Eppinger. She met Ghislaine at 16, worked at Mar-a-Lago. She alleged Epstein and Maxwell groomed her for sexual servitude, including to Prince Andrew, settling with him in 2023. She posted about hospital stays and a quad bike accident before death. Mark Middleton, Clinton's special assistant, admitted Epstein to the White House 7 times. And Flo on the Lolita Express died by suicide May 2022, 59 years old at Heifer Ranch, Perryville, Arkansas, which we were just there a few days ago.
Shotgun in the chest?
In Arkansas, not at a specific place. Shotgun on the chest.
Couldn't find the
gun.
gun.
To do.
Weird.
Jean-Luc Brunel, Epstein's modeling agent, found hanged in his Paris prison cell on February 19, 2022, after rape charges. Giuffre alleged he used her as a sex slave. And Thomas Bowers, former Deutsche Bank executive, hanged himself in Malibu in November 2019 at 55, oversaw Epstein's accounts 2013 to 2018, leading to Deutsche Bank's $150 million and $75 million settlement. The spokesperson said, "We acknowledge our error of onboarding Epstein in 2013. No direct evidence ties to Bowers to Epstein account." So, listen, all I care about that they're finally sitting there asking these questions. And if the audience sees everybody plead the fifth, guess what that does? That gets everybody saying, "What are you hiding? Why are you not answering? What are you uncomfortable answering with?" I'd love to see Bill and Hillary Clinton plead the fifth the entire time. Because everyone's going to play that.
Well, you have.
Sorry, I did play that a little longer than I needed to, than I meant to. I had to run and do a couple things real quick, but yeah, it's crazy. There is a lot of good points that they're making as far as like if they do plead the fifth on every answer, that's going to make them look guilty as hell. And if they don't, they're going to have to give up some information, you know. And the clip I didn't play that was in between there, they were saying that everyone won't plead the fifth. Someone's going to break. Someone's going to say, you know, some names, and it'll go from there. They'll get, you know, everybody down. Maybe not everybody, but some people. And for some reason, they kept saying Loretta Lynch is who they were the most. That was the guess of who they were more upset or worried about.
Remember that tarmac meeting everybody talked about? Oh, on a totally different note there, Cola. Have you ever realized how much Best Life sounds like Best Knives?
It should be, huh? Best Knives. That's a good point. Best Knives, Best Life.
Just a thought came to me a few days ago.
What is he talking about? Told everyone 6 months into Biden's term, you said I was full of shit. Nailed it. What are you even talking? Where Pelosi indicted? Did they say that just now? FBI closed in DC.
No.
Okay.
Things that Jeff said would happen, and they did.
Well, I never called him crazy. I never said it couldn't happen. That wasn't, I mean, I don't know who everybody is, but I definitely didn't. I don't even know that I remember him.
Even if nobody said it, everybody thought he was crazy anyways, even if he is right.
Everybody thinks we're all crazy. What's that? We're all mad here. What is it? Alice in Wonderland. We're all mad here.
We're all a little mad here.
There you go. You did it better.
Yeah. IRS is gone after they hired how many agents? Where'd the money go? Did they take the weapons back they gave them? Just curious.
I'm sorry, my brain is going 10 different ways. Progress is convictions. The rest of this crap is for the tourists. Yeah, I don't know. I guess he just wasn't feeling it tonight. He's got a normal day shift job and things. He can't be hanging out on the weeknights all late every time. I think that's kind of what that is. Are you from the future? Okay. See, when I do that, then I miss the new ones. And I go backwards like that. My dad, too.
Everybody remain calm. He's from the Galactic Federations of Planets, and he's here with John Trump in this time machine to save us all.
Hmm. Hmm.
Elon and Barron is with him.
Maybe he is from the future. What the heck? So they can't both be from the future. That would just not, that'd be maybe one, maybe the other, but not both of them.
You heard it. I said, excuse me.
Oh, shoot. Sorry. I got
Bonnie, did you just fart? What you reason for? What happened?
When you burp, you say, excuse me. It doesn't have to be.
I didn't hear you burp.
I burp.
I don't think anybody heard it. All we heard was your excuse me. You just kind of like told on yourself. I didn't hear you.
Okay,
well, you know what they say, Bonnie? It's better to burp and taste it than to fart and waste it.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, that's exactly what Bonnie wouldn't say. Yeah. He's over here trying to have good manners, and you're going to go say something like that. So I got the, short from Benny Johnson about the Pelosi meltdown. I don't know. It was that. Whatever.
Hold on, sorry, but over the years, it's come to my attention that one of my favorite things about YouTube is picking on Bonnie.
No doubt.
Like this.
As long as she's not mad, then I'm not mad.
No, he's like
Here's Nancy Pelosi's stock portfolio. She's worth $250 million. What do they make in Congress? About $100,000 a year. Members of Congress make. Boy, would you look at this? Nancy Pelosi's up 700%. How does someone who gets a public salary make so much damn money? And that's what members of Congress are also asking as they pass the Pelosi Act. This is the Congressional Stock Trading Ban. That got the green light today in the Senate. It's Josh Hawley's ban.
So I'll take a look at it. But conceptually, I like it. And what I do think is Nancy Pelosi should be investigated because she has the highest return of anybody practically in the history of Wall Street, save a few. How did that happen? It happened by she knows exactly what's going to happen, what's going to be announced. You buy stock and then the stock goes up after the announcement's made.
So Nancy Pelosi became rich.
Why do you have to read that? We're here to talk about the 60th anniversary of Medicaid. That's what I agreed to come to talk about.
Yeah, but I wanted
what that means in the election.
I wanted to give you a chance just to respond. He accused you of insider trading. What's your response to that?
That's ridiculous. In fact, I very much support the stop the trading of members of Congress. Not that I think anybody's doing anything wrong. If they are prosecuted and they go to jail. But because of the confidence it instills in the American people, don't worry about this. But I have no concern about the obvious investments that have been made over time. I'm not into it. My husband is, but it isn't anything to do with anything insider. But the president has his own exposure, so he's always projecting.
Why do you read that? That's not what I agreed to come on and talk about. She's losing it. She's losing it. This the entire internet. Look at this. The eyebrows don't lie. Photo 1, Nancy Pelosi thought she was going to be talking about Medicaid. Photo 2, her insider trading. Flipped out on Jake Tapper for just reading Trump's remark. Why read that? My husband was into it. What? What is she talking about? The investment that had been made over time, my husband was into it. Okay. Your husband's a drunk wine degenerate who's not a professional stock trader, but somehow does better than every hedge fund in the world. Yeah, everyone's behind the stock trading ban. It's good.
It is crazy. They named it the Pelosi Act. I mean, that says all you need to know, right? Pretty funny. Can't be mad at it. I like it. I think it's.
But how much you want to bet that CNN reporter after the fact probably got reamed out for calling her out like that?
I mean, they're trying to get a little credibility back. You know, don't people think it's kind of nuts that only one side screws up ever and nobody ever does anything wrong but on one side? You know, like it might that could get their credibility back if they just like that. It was actually CNN that said one nice thing about Trump. There, I probably have it if I dig through some stuff. It's not that big a deal. It's more just that it's shocking. It's on CNN, you know? That's the big.
Well, I forget which left bozo it was, but one of them came out and said that he hates to admit it, but he's got to admit Trump was right.
Might be Bill. I know Bill Maher's been saying that a lot.
He's definitely changed his whole tune about it. It's weird, really, with him, at least to me. But it's good. I mean, you can't be mean unless, I don't know. Who knows? I forgot about that.
So here comes the train. Do I mute or do I not? Because the train is a-coming.
Oh, I don't care whichever way. If you,
I don't care. I like hearing it.
I like it when Kissoff's here. Train cracks me up.
Yeah, I know. That's why I stayed letting it go.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Camo, I was out on my property late last night, just walking around looking stupid. And I miss having train tracks that I could hear. I know I've told you this before. And once to hear them, they're pretty far off, man. And I could hear a train last night, barely, because everything else was quiet, you know? And I went and looked on Google Earth, and it's like, I don't know, like 3 miles away from here, and I could still hear them. It's cool.
Yeah. You can hear them up to 20 miles away if the conditions are right.
Okay.
Well, it is kind of funny. She always says that, and every time I hear it, not as much anymore because I've kind of got conditioned, but therefore every time it would be Johnny Cash, that song. So I hear the train a coming. I guess, you know, what is it called? Musical correct.
Blackfoot. Train, take me on out of this town. Camo knows that one.
Well, that woman I'm in love with, Lord, she's got to go.
Yeah.
Turn, Bonnie. Everybody else saying your turn.
I know, Bonnie. Damn.
She's going to ignore me. I would too. I'm not
y'all talking to me?
I said,
yeah, you need to do a train song. You can do Last Train to Clarksville by the Monkees. Nobody's done that one yet.
I have no idea what that is.
You don't know what that is?
I'd have to hear it.
Oh,
the railroad all the Monkees is better.
Mm-hmm. Well, I do want to share one more thing. Just the same. It's the end of this one. I won't play any more out of this one. But I like his breakdown. Everybody is saying nothing's going to happen. You know, it's all going to be nothing. And he makes an example of a time when people thought nothing was going to happen. I'm going to go back just a little bit and let him kind of stay with everything and let him chime in. It's only like a minute or two. Virginia, good to see you, chick. Hey. You made it. Well, you know, Tin wasn't here to scream for you this time.
Oh, dang. Where did Tin go?
She said she'll be back, but usually that's your like little, you know, it's your turn. She's like, yeah, it's just funny. It always lines out that way. You always end up right after she says it. I want to play this last really quick clip here, Virginia. It's like I said, they're talking all about how nothing's going to happen with these subpoenas, and he chimes in, and I like what he says. It's like he's the me of their group. He's trying to be positive that something good can come, and I love it because he shares an example, and I'm like, that's a good example.
You believe in things like justice and fairness and accountability. That's not how it works in government. Anytime that there's a company that tries to get bailout, look at during COVID, the airlines, the big banks.
Capitalism, capitalism. Freedom to buy, freedom to try, freedom to fail. The big banks will not fail. The airlines will not fail. Big government will not fail. No one will be held accountable because you don't allow them to fail. I agree. Once you put Bill Clinton or Hillary Clinton or Trump in jail, then there's accountability. Until then, it's all just nonsense. Well, listen, it's a good point that's being made by both of you. Here's what I will tell you. When they try to take down the mob that owns all the politicians, the Italian mob, for decades, it'll never happen. It'll never happen. It'll never happen. J. Edgar Hoover protected all of them, said there's no such thing. It's not there. Then all of a sudden, a couple lawyers behind closed doors, one of them, I believe, was from Rutgers University, found a way, a RICO law to go and take them out with a young attorney named Rudy Giuliani. And then all of a sudden, you saw 200 and something, mobsters walking up with handcuffs. You're like, wait, what just happened here? No one ever thought that was going to take place. The only thing I'm saying right now is this is still a bit of a progress that we're looking at. Summer is here. Future looks bright here.
Okay, he's trying to grip now. Okay, y'all. I'm sorry, but here's Jeff right now. Okay, this is probably a coin toss whether he's right or not. But I'm just gonna say if they go willingly and no one gets arrested, I'm gonna have to call you on it, Jeff, because you said you batting all these perfect scores and you're never wrong. So, and you might be right because it really is a coin flip, right? A warrant be issued or they just show up. It could be either which way, but we'll see. I'm just saying this. He's cocky. He's like everything is true and right, and I mean, I give him credit. Says
Cola, here's the thing: is if there's this much talk about it, all right? If there's this much hoopla going on about Obama and Hillary and all these crooked, treasonous bastards, how can they not do anything? I mean, the only way scenario I can see playing out is they go in front of Congress. They lie about it. They let them slide, and they get away with it. All right. That's
okay. Well, but I do have. Let me go ahead with Jeff here. So you're saying it's called precedence. You mean like they set the precedent when Bannon was subpoenaed, and now now they have to do the same because they arrested him. They'll have to arrest these guys. Is that what you mean by it's called precedence? Because it is. He does talk in riddles. just say the whole thing. Don't just say half of it. I know that's the okay, so that is what he's saying. But it's not always quite as clear as you might think, Jeff. They half a freaking sentence and we're all up here going, riddle me this, Batman. What you're going in riddles. It's like just say it, man. It's frustrating, I wanted to hear what he's got to say, but yeah, he's always either trolling or calling us dumb, Or getting an education.
You gotta have a decoder ring. You gotta get the Jeff B decoder ring to understand.
Freaking crummy commercial. Is that what you're talking about?
Drink your Ovaltine.
Drink your Ovaltine. Yep. I remember that.
Commercial.
Yeah, crummy commercial. That's a good way to be positive. I
am damn glad I did not eat my Wheaties. Look what it did to Bruce Jenner.
I hope you're right, Jeff. I really do. But if you are wrong about something, you're gonna have to admit it because no one's right about every single thing all the time, man. I'm gonna call you on it as soon as I'm aware. I'm gonna call you on it.
Since y'all keep up with all this so well,
it's overwhelming, Bonnie. But
how was Hunter called in?
How was he called in? Wasn't he subpoenaed as well?
That's what I heard, but I'm just.
I remember it, but I mean, shoot, I'd have to almost look it up again.
So, did he stay through the hearing?
Did he? I feel like he did a bunch of F shit. He was being an asshole. He was making a mockery of it. He left and came back, or he showed up but didn't go in. I can't remember. Some kind of crazy stuff like that.
Did he get arrested?
I don't think so. I'm not sure. But they did. But that's because he's on the left. That's what Jeff B is trying to say about precedent is how I'm taking it. So they did this stuff to people like Steve Bannon that they was on the opposing political side. So now when the other side does the same stuff, they have to do something. They can't. They got to, like he said, they'll back the arrest. So if the same situation plays out this way on the right, and now the left does the same crime and the same thing, they can't argue with it. I was wrong the first arrest.
Why does it have to be the left or the right?
It just is that way. Okay. That's who they decide to arrest. It's, it's the truth. And that's what sets the precedence. Once you do something that's not you typically done, now there's precedent set from that. So now other people can say, well, you did this with that. Like, it's like, in court and things like that. They always reference other cases. Well, in 1970 something, they were, this is what happened, and this it's the same set of events. It's the same thought, the way I see it. But I don't know. I see the scales leaned like where the only people that are in any trouble are on one side. But we'll see. Hopefully it's true. Hopefully it's going to be real this time.
I think that scale's tipping, but I know what you're talking about. I've seen it too.
To not give up women. Wait, what?
Well, I want to know which arrest would make you feel like we're turning a leaf on actual justice happening instead of all this crap. Because Nancy Pelosi, yeah, she was indicted or whatever for SEC shit, but she's still walking free. I don't think that her
the arrests that I want to see are the ones that committed treason against our country. The ones that tried to create a coup d'etat against a sitting president of the United States and continued it for years.
Take a vote. Should we let them up? I mean, I don't want to. It's a, we got to take a vote or something here.
Yes, please.
Bonnie. Okay, I see it, chessboard. What do you guys think? I don't want anybody to be like mad about it or leave.
I'm okay. I'm okay with it.
Carl,
he's way better on the panel, man. He's way better on the panel. I don't know why.
Nice. All right, well, drop it, Billy. If he's too bad, we'll hit him with the Roseanne and kick him out, I guess.
I think that they're going to eat themselves just like we see any power structures do. They eat themselves.
Wayne said no. We didn't get his vote.
Damn,
I'm sorry, Virginia. I'm sorry, Virginia.
Oh, no, all good. They will throw low-level people under the bus, but, man, certain people are above the law. They just are. They get away with it.
They sure have been.
They
sure have.
That's the way it works. And so, I mean, I think they will find acceptable names, like enough to calm people down and be like, here, we threw you a bone. They need to calm the masses. We need our cake, I would love to see Schiff go down. I would love to, there's certain people it absolutely deserved, and it would be wonderful, Brenda. I don't see it. I don't see it with the Clintons. I don't see it with Obama. I don't see it with certain
Bushes.
Well,
the Bushes.
I didn't see it until recently. I mean, we all knew what they did, but recently they're advertising what they did on mainstream. So now it's getting interesting.
Okay, what about the Bushes? They've known for decades.
Yes. All the
exactly.
here.
I mean, if you're going to investigate Obama and Hillary, it's going to lead right to the Bushes. Are you kidding me? How could it not?
Okay, hang on real quick. So no comments about anybody on the panel or from Tim's panel, and we're good. As long as we don't say anything bad about the people.
No bashing.
Yeah, none of my friends. I love my friends. We can't be mean to my friends.
I don't like any of them.
That's
I'm
okay.
just joking.
Won't defend you anymore.
That's
I don't
okay.
even believe him, Bonnie.
Oh,
he keeps coming back. Wait a minute. Why would he hang around if he didn't like it?
Well, that's why I don't take too much to heart, really, because I don't think he's pretty much
don't buy into any bullshit I say.
Well, explain what you were going to go further on the precedents or on something different.
Okay.
What were you?
So think of it like this. You have to go back and you have to listen to the speeches that Trump made in 2016 or 2017 when he laid the groundwork. Now, this is just my opinion. It's nothing factual until you start seeing everything that transpired in 2017 going into the end of his first term. He said you have to do everything according to the Constitution. Okay? So When they arrested him, everybody said nobody is above the law. And they made sure that they had all of the congressional players who are under investigation now on TV said nobody is above the law. Look at Adam Schiff. He is indicted on mortgage fraud. I was told that this morning. It's a done deal. There were 6 true bills that were returned from the grand jury. Now, my personal thoughts, these grand jury indictments they've been sitting on, they were already done. Because if you read Trump's executive order, there were over 100,000 sealed indictments that were under lock and key. And this started to come out when they hired all those IRS agents. And everybody was baffled why they hired these IRS agents. And everybody said, oh, they're going to be coming for our pew-pews and all this other nonsense. No, you need a lot of people with federal authority who were sworn in by the U.S. Marshals to go pick these people up. Now, I sent an audio to Hunter, and I think maybe he played some of it, where James Clapper spilled the beans on everything to the Secret Service because they put pressure on him because he was the director of national intelligence. He knew where all the bodies were buried. Now, look at what Hillary Clinton did with the server that's no longer a conspiracy. If I would have mishandled one document that was labeled anything above unclassified, I would have been court-martialed. I would have been thrown in Leavenworth for treason, sedition, mishandling classified documents. I mean, the charge sheet would be huge. Now, hypothetically, let's say I'm still working in the intelligence community and I mishandle a document. I go to federal court and my attorney says, hey, you know what, judge and jury, the justice is supposed to be blind and deaf. So why is there another set of standards for this person, and yet a Secretary of State, former First Lady, can do the exact same thing? So all of this has been set up, I believe, for what we are about to see, which I think has already taken place. You know, I said, like with the FBI headquarters, I told people 6 months into it because I knew people who were working at the FBI at the time on the 7th floor that told me that there was a building built in Alabama without congressional approval to build a new facility in headquarters, not the office. There's 2 separate things. There's headquarters and then there's the DC field office. Headquarters is gone. It's out of DC. That's how all these burn bags came up, where now everybody is an expert. And I'm not claiming to be an expert on burn bags. I just know how at the field site that I worked out, how they were handled. But everybody's now an expert because they think, oh, they mysteriously found these burn bags. No,
in the news, man, nobody's an expert, but we're hearing this in the news. And when you hear us say burn bags, we're saying it because that's where we heard it.
No. I'm not talking about the actual. No, that's the actual name. They call them burn bags. I'm talking about the process of getting rid of the burn bags. So what happens is any document that you handle that's unclassified or above unclassified goes into a burn bag. When that burn bag is filled, which is nothing more than your old school grocery shopping bag, the brown bags. That's what a burn bag is. It gets sealed. The person who sealed it signs the burn bag. The person who transports it to a storage room signs that burn bag. Those burn bags could be sitting there for 5-10 years if they don't have an on-site incinerator. And the reason that they found these burn bags at the FBI is because they were in a separate room that they used to store them, and they were never destroyed. That's how the I guess you could say the unveiling of the 2020 election is going to happen. Because there's a lot, and the reason I think a lot of these people who were summoned to Congress aren't going to show up and arrest warrants are going to be issued for them. Most of these people, I think, have already been arrested, or they have been told you're going to cooperate or you're going to go up on charges of treason, sedition, whatever the multitude of charges are.
Because they're all in on it.
What's that?
Because they're all in on it together.
Well, all of them. I mean, and that's why you keep saying this news media, just like with the interview with Nancy Pelosi. I think they were forced to do this interview because when this comes out that she was doing insider trading, they are going to have to show, because I would say generously 60% of the population has zero clue that this stuff is going on. And if and when they put her in handcuffs or any of these other players, they are going to have to re-show this stuff to people. That's why I think for a while there won't be cable TV. All this stuff is going to have to be put out there. It's almost like people in North Korea. They only know what they're being told. It's the same way with our news media. You only know what that box is telling you.
Right.
I tell you, I'm sorry. On a side note, I don't know if y'all missed. Sometimes her comments are freaking hysterical. Lauren, I just noticed sometimes they're just like nobody seems to catch some of them. I'll be cracking up half the time.
So, Jeff, is this going to be held in a common court or tribunal?
Me personally, I don't think the military wants to show their hand that they are maybe some of the big ones, because they are going to have to explain a lot of stuff with Obama. A lot.
Well, all right. Here's the thing about that, Jeff. If JAG or some, the military tribunals happen, they don't have to tell us nothing. They don't have to tell us anything. They've operated like that forever without having to tell us anything.
And hence, that's why I think the out card for the military is going to be these congressional subpoenas. They have to have a way, if any of this is true, the military has to have a way to explain off why these players are taken off the chessboard. What's the easiest way? The easiest way is, okay, you didn't show up for a subpoena. We're going to have the House Master at Arms draft an arrest warrant. We're going to pick you up. Now the American people know, oh, they've been arrested. We will probably never, ever know the backstory if there were tribunals or anything like that, because it'll be too destructive to the country as a whole.
Right. So they're going to just disappear. Or they're going to have body doubles. Hold on. I just want to know.
No, they're really going, if this happens, and I say if, I'm a firm believer just by the people that I know that are still in these agencies who don't directly say something. They say things in a way to let you know something's going on. No, they will be arrested, but they're going to give you, like for Pelosi, they're going to say insider trading. Okay, you're arrested, 15 years in prison. That person will either go to prison or they'll be executed for crimes against the country. But they cannot, I can't foresee the military having all of these top level, maybe a couple of them, big names that go through that tribunal process, because it would, like I said, it would be too destructive for the country as a whole. And no matter what happens, huh?
That was reminding me. Remember, like somebody help me with this. I can't remember who they said it was, but it was the head of some intelligence agency in Germany, like 4 years ago, was shot in a secret operation.
Gina Haspel. Gina Haspel. She has now. They did show an interview with her, and I asked a good friend of mine that works at NSA, and he said, "You're watching AI at work." Okay. Now, we do know for a fact, because it's come out in congressional hearings. It wasn't televised, but it's on the congressional record that a raid was done in Seidel in Germany. And
oh my God, I'm so sorry. I said Lauren was a girl and it's a guy. I'm so sorry. Go ahead, Jeff. But I'm just now seeing this. Go ahead, Jeff. I'm sorry.
that there was a raid. Now, you look at what Mike Lindell did, right? He's disappeared off the map. You had Rudy Giuliani, who I couldn't understand for the life of me why Trump would pick him to be an attorney for an election case. His forte is not election law; it's RICO. Well, you're going to
how good he did. They were just talking about when he cleared out the mafia and the mob. I mean, maybe just because he had tools. Real quick, Shakita, real quick. She's saying that he said the system is rigged because he uses it. He was talking about the taxes, I think, to Hillary Clinton. Yeah, exactly, Pootie.
Yes.
And it was one of the more honest things.
He's also, listen, what's another thing though? The legal system was manipulated in a way that it was used against us, all right? And Trump was aware of that. So when he's got in there the first time, I think he even openly admitted it, that, hey, it's legal, he's going to use it.
Well, no, he said on stage during the debate about the taxes, he says, I use the laws that are written on the books that you guys as congressional members and senators passed into law.
Yeah, I remember. I knew what she was talking. That's exactly. I remember that. And it was really honest. And you know, he's like, I know because I use it. Yeah. Anyway. And sorry. Okay.
So Jeff, whenever his inauguration, I'm turning the country back over to the people. Do you remember him saying that?
Yes.
Okay. So if he did that and he's doing everything constitutionally, then that would mean that the people are the one that are going to handle this.
Correct. He's always said we have to do everything according to the rule of law. And there are the only crimes, quote unquote, that are established in the Constitution is treason and sedition. So that's why I think only the big players are going to be given, because you have to remember when Trump first came into office, Catherine Heritage did a news report about the Navy Seabees building these courthouses on Guantanamo Bay. Why did you need to build 5 new courthouses on Gitmo?
And all those new dormitories too. I mean, they really enlarged it. That is strange because they've never followed up with a true.
Never.
I mean, other than deportations and stuff like that.
Right.
You know,
Now, here's what I think. Like all of this nonsense that's going on in the country right now with all of these, people being 86th and all of this other nonsense, Alcatraz, all these facilities. I think once they make the announcement, and they're going to have to separate somehow, they're going to have to separate Trump from it.
Well, there's a whole bunch of other places other than Guantanamo.
Oh,
And now
yeah,
there's
absolutely.
talk about opening up a World War II concentration camp somewhere down there too. And it's, I mean, it's a necessary evil. I mean, it's.
Now, here's what I think some of these facilities are going to be used for. And I say if, I'm pretty certain this is going to happen just because of the complete stoppage of Obama's library in Chicago. Once they make the announcement that Obama's being arrested and being charged, this country is going to go bonkers.
How'd you say there would be a race war? So Manson was just
look, they're setting it up now.
Yeah, I see evidence of them trying to racially divide us already, but I also see resistance against it like I've never seen.
Correct.
Right? I mean,
correct. And look at Big Balls. Look what happened to him in D.C. Look at this white lady in Cincinnati that got lynch mobbed, and the mayor and the police chief basically come out and said, this had nothing to do with race. Now, if the coin was reversed, every race baiter in the country would be out there screaming racism. And so I think there are certain elements, whether you want to call it the deep state, foreign actors, Israel, whoever, because I think Israel plays a big part in all of this with our congressional members, is because they hold them by the gonads, so Israel gets all that money.
Yes. Right.
I think they want a race war, but
Here,
they can to make one happen.
And I think that's where all of these.
I didn't hear the end of what Virginia was saying. You said you
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just didn't hear her. You said you think they want it, but what?
They're doing everything they can to make that happen by sensationalizing stories, specifically using race as a catalyst for the situation, whatever it might be.
Correct. And I think that's why they're setting up all these facilities, because when the announcement comes out, I mean, I don't think, they always say the arrest that'll shock the world. It wouldn't be Hillary Clinton. Everybody with a sane mind would say, okay, yeah, I seen that coming because of Benghazi, because of the Russia Gate, because of Uranium One.
Real quick, just to clarify, when you say they say the first arrest will shock the world, I mean, we're talking about the 17th letter boards, right?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. Well, not everybody might know.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what I'm assuming,
right.
But I had to just to make sure that's what you were talking about. Go ahead.
Now, why would you guys think it would be only one arrest? To me, it sounds like it would be many arrests.
Well, it could be, but there's going to be one that will floor the country, if not the country, the world.
That's a good point, Clay. Sorry.
But I think that's how, like, the beginning of this. And here's why I think this is going to happen quick. Is I think most of Americans can agree, and probably everybody on this panel, that 95% of Congress is corrupt in some sort of fashion. I believe that all of this is going to be out in the open before the midterms. I think the Russia thing, I think the 2020 election is all going to be in front of the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court is going to issue an opinion that everybody in Congress has to go up for re-election because we don't know who was legally put in there by the voters or who was installed by foreign or domestic powers.
That's an interesting way to put that.
Well, I mean, you can't. That's why I think the Epstein list never came out, because now
Well,
you're into a constitutional crisis. Because
I think it was yesterday or the day before they admitted it was an FBI operation, right?
Well,
that Epstein was on their payroll.
Yes.
So
Yes.
now
Correct.
that creates problems. Now there's non-disclosure. There's treasonous acts. There's things that you can't talk about because
Right.
of that.
But you know who has ultimate access to all that information?
CIA.
No. The U.S. military, because they are constitutionally obligated to the country and to the people. If there's an attempted coup of the U.S. government by any means, the military has an obligation to step in.
That is a nice clause. You're right about that. But there's also another possibility. What if other countries had all that information?
Well, did you see what Chuck Grassley's statement was 6 months ago, or not 6 months ago, 6 days ago? He made an announcement on Twitter that he was hand delivered a multitude of thumb drives that encompassed everything about Russiagate. And my guess is those thumb drives came from Vladimir Putin and the KGB when Trump met with Putin in his first term, and Trump gave him the soccer ball and said, "Mr. President, the ball is in your court." Basically telling Trump, "Here you
I
go."
think a lot of those signs, but that's reading too much into it, man. And I'm more of a realist. Like I've followed this stuff. I'm aware of it. But there are certain things that I think, it goes too far as assuming there's secret signals going on and whatever.
Oh, no. No, it's called tradecraft.
We're in a controlled demolition. And I think they want something to foment, because if there's the more chaos there is, the more they can come on with a solution. We're here to help, right? I think a controlled demolition gives them more stability overall, and that's why we're seeing it come out the way things are, in a metered fashion. But I don't think the end game is the truth.
I think one of the things that I think is that where the left and the right can't get along or agree on anything, I think that they both should be able to easily agree about the children and wanting the list out and any kind of schmecking going on. They should all that should,
right.
That was from New York. That should unite them. And real quick, I'm not going to do it now because everybody's talking and stuff, but there's somebody named Nick, I think Brian, and he was involved in the Franklin scandal when it was the Republicans and children a long time ago, and boys. And now he's also now involved with the Epstein deal. Correct. And he also has somebody backing him. And this is why they shut down and didn't want to vote on it, right,
No.
Jeff?
No.
Well,
I guess I need somebody.
Look,
I need somebody to define like left, liberal, let's say leftist, liberal, communist, socialist, and sexual being. All right. I'd like to know what the difference is between those 5 things.
Oh, good Lord.
Well, here's the problem with if the Epstein list come out. If hypothetically, let's say out of the 535 members of Congress, let's say 200 of them either knowingly, willingly, or had any inclination of a member of Congress being involved. Okay, whether it's through payoffs. I mean, I know for a fact because of James Clapper's interview that Mike Pence was involved. And that's why Mike Pence was told to Donald Trump to select him because they could control Mike Pence. That's why Donald Trump come out and said, hey, I had nothing to worry about with the 25th Amendment. It's going to be you, Joe Biden. And the reason why is because they wanted to do the 25th on Trump. There was a Secret Service agent that overheard the conversation at the vice president's house, which is the Naval Observatory in D.C. That agent called the director of the Secret Service, said, I need a relief. I need to talk to you now. They got Trump out of Dodge.
Yeah, I just heard about that. Man.
Yeah,
They
got Trump.
That.
Yeah, they got Trump out of Dodge, and that's when the news media kept asking the press secretary, where's the president at? Where's the president at? Oh, he's in the White House. And the press did all this pushback because the Secret Service got him out of Dodge so they couldn't do the 25th Amendment on him. And what was...
I was just saying hi to Dave. Go ahead.
Yeah. And so the plan was, according to Clapper, was Pence was going to be sworn in as president. Pence was going to pick Rod Rosenstein as his VP because he was the intellectual mind behind Russiagate. That was the whole plan. And they notified the head of Trump's Secret Service detail to get him out of Dodge.
Trust the plan.
And now we're talking like the that plan was 20 years old, that they had this contingency plan to start a war with Russia if something went wrong.
Correct. And that's why Russia really wanted Hillary in there, because they already had the goods on Hillary for Uranium One, where Obama had sold all that fission material to Iran and gave them pallet loads of currency. So getting back to the Epstein issue, if they would release that list, and let's say there was 200, maybe even 100 or even 50 members of Congress that were implicated, now the Supreme Court is at an issue because now we have a constitutional crisis because we don't have a functioning government.
Exactly. Thank
there
you.
would be chaos. And there's all.
What are they going to do whenever they get those names out of Ghislaine and she goes and testifies?
Well,
and
I don't think Maxwell's going to testify.
Do you think she's going to get Epstein?
No. No,
somebody said that Trump is 100% going to give her immunity.
Some immunity.
That's what I
had to get some just to sit down and talk.
Well, I think they did that with Diddy.
At least.
So what you're describing, if the military takes control, that would be martial law. And that's what Dave said, instant martial law. We don't want that.
And everything we're saying is allegedly anyways. It's about a movie we watched one time.
When people talk about martial law, they think about the whole country. You don't have to call martial law in the whole country. You only have to do it in the blue areas where the problems are.
Well, and not necessarily the blue. I mean, look at Texas. Texas is a red state, but you look at Austin. I mean, that's so democratic. It's there possibly. I think there are going to be certain areas that have issues that they may declare some sort of revised martial law. I don't believe it's going to be under the whole country because, once again, it'll put this country in turmoil. And the last thing that I believe the military wants is to, quote unquote, be aiding and abetting in a coup.
They're not allowed.
Well, they're not allowed to do that. But if the country is attacked, which this is why I said the J6 thing was all a major operation. Prior to J6, if you would have asked the average American what an insurrection is, they'd look at you like a deer in headlights. And it's not the fault of the American people, it's the fault of our school systems. They don't teach civics like they used to when I went through school.
Right.
And, you know, it's going
to... Remember when Myanmar had their coup d'etat right after that?
Correct.
And it was all over. It was like trending. Remember the chick doing the exercise in front of the video?
Right. So, I mean, I think there's going to... this... Trump's not playing around. I think everybody can agree with that. He has a different tempo.
Would you? All right, listen. I think you're right, because this is what they fucked with this guy for fucking 9 years. All right.
Correct.
Now, if I was him, man, I'd be a lot meaner. But I think he's like holding back for the public, opinion or whatever. It's like he can't be too mean. But man, I'm right behind him. Go for it, man. Do something.
Well, this, I personally think that if you have the Attorney General come out and say, hey, if this was the average citizen that got charged with an SEC violation, or if this was an average citizen that, got picked up by Don Cap for mishandling a single classified document, you'd be in jail. You may not even have a trial. That's how guilty you are. So we're returning law and order and power back to the people. It's just my opinion, but just by seeing things and knowing some other things that I can't get into.
All right, but I know you're a little more connected, but I'm just a nobody. I'm just an American white male here in America, and this is what I've fucking seen. For 9 years, they attacked and tried to set this guy up that was our president. They've accused him of things. They indicted him. They tried to impeach him. 28 false fucking women came up with false allegations against him. They trash-talked him on the media for all these years. Then they release a fucking bioweapon on us. Then they steal our country right out from underneath of us and persecute any patriots who stand up against it. They gave us a fucking poison cure and have been fucking trying to kill us all because we are right-minded, all right? And all this time, their numbers are a small percentage of what we are. They've lied about their numbers and our numbers, and shit's finally turning around, and they can't pull these games no more. So, I mean...
Well, think about
something. Like Bonnie always says, and to her point, it's up to we the people also. It's not just, and if we would do a little bit more, and it would all go together, the momentum would get there. Because you keep sharing that, Bonnie, and you'd be shocked to know what I was gonna. I don't know if I'll get to
on our butts and do nothing.
Hold on just a second.
Said that I was like, this means we do our part.
Okay. I'm sorry. I just want to get this out before
people to do that.
This is very similar to what you were saying. Okay. You were saying restore America. I'm sorry. I don't want to misquote it, but it's in the chat, right? Well, there's also a change.org petition about the Epstein files, and everybody gets there in their own way. They do webinars there to talk about things you can do. And there's also an EpsteinJustice.com where you can donate to the cause.
And that's just it. Anyone who asks you for 1 penny is not illegal. That is not.
Well, I'm sorry. Bonnie, this person, I'll share it in a little bit, but this person had to do with the Franklin scandal. This person went broke trying to get word out. I mean, he was ignored when he was on this thing that Epstein is so big. You got to listen to it first before you just assume the guy's a grifter. He actually has gotten movement, and he really had Massey, maybe I think Thomas Massey got behind him, and he's trying to do the right thing. But you don't have to donate, but you could sign the petition that you want the files out and try to make our voices heard. I think that should be something. It shouldn't matter what party line. Everybody should want that and sign the petition to get all the corruption out of on both sides. Anyways, okay, you can resume what you were saying. I just had to get that out. You can go, Bonnie, if you had something else.
I'm just saying if they're asking for money, we have had so many criminals. They were arrested for it because it was a fake. It was a fake way of doing it. They were asking for money, and it was fake.
This
like
guy
Black
really.
Lives Matter.
Sean,
this guy is for real legit though. He's talking about doing congressional commissions that you can usually include civilians in. And like I said, Thomas Massey was the first legislator to get behind him and try to push this forward. And that's what they said. Mike Johnson shut down Congress early, Jeff B. Because they didn't want this vote. Well, earlier you said no when I said it. That's what this guy, he's talking all about it. I've got tons of clips of it, and I believe him, Bonnie. You know, I know there's grifters, but this guy is making moves. And like I said, he went broke with the first time around with Franklin scandal. Nobody wanted to, nobody cared. Oh my gosh, I came feedback somewhere. Scared me. Anyway, I don't think he's what you're thinking. I really don't. I'm at least listen to him whenever I get that far. I guess I'll go look for it. Might as well. It's a lot of it's Roseanne, of course, interviewing the guy, but it was really good. The guy's name's Nick Bryant, and he explains everything from start to finish. Like I said, from his work way back in the day, and he's a really good guy fighting for justice. I believe that 100%. And, like I said, you don't have to. I'll tell you that right here on a live stream. And not like Amber Heard, where she says that when she say, they're synonymous between pledging and donations. I will, because I think it's for a good cause. And I could imagine it must be hard to fight against such corruption. But,
just look at the charges that are going up against Shift, right? Mortgage fraud.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of ironic that they're going after him with mortgage fraud, because that's what they tried to do to Trump in New York. Well, I see a lot of irony in all of this. And the irony is to be later on to show the American people that, hey, you remember when they...
Not only that, I absolutely agree with you, Jeff, because I know you're right. They did set a precedent. Okay,
correct.
If you can address Trump, you can arrest Obama. But also, during this whole fucking ordeal, the years that we've seen, people keep incriminating themselves.
Yeah.
All these judges and teachers and agency members and all these people have stepped forward with their stupid woke fucking opinion or their hate for Trump. And the minute somebody for the last 9 years, as soon as somebody stands up and starts talking shit about Trump, I know they're the fucking enemy. All the right people hate him.
Well, but that's what the media has geared people to. He's the bad man. He's the boogeyman. He's the Baba Yaga. It's mind conditioning, and if Trump's wrong on, when Trump come out and said about the Epstein list, I was like, boy, that's the dumbest comment you could have made. To me, I don't care. I mean, a lot of people are going to be maybe surprised and shocked. I actually liked Bill Clinton when I worked at the White House. I thought he was a good dude. I think he tried to do a lot of stuff, and he was stopped.
Okay, all right, but it's always going to be the oral office to me now.
Oh gosh!
Wow.
I'm gonna play this clip real quick, y'all, just so you know who I'm talking about, because I think this was really good and worth sharing. There's a lot of stuff in here, but I'm just gonna start with him explaining from the very beginning here.
A grand jury that found that he hadn't molested a single child.
Talk
that
about
was
Epstein.
in 2006, I believe. I went down there in 2012 and I acquired his little black book, and then I started calling victims. And they started telling me about being flown around and flown to an island. And at that point, I realized he was no longer a lone pedophile, but he ran a pedophile network. And so I took it back to New York. I took the Black Book back to New York City, and I live in the mecca of publishing. I thought for sure somebody would touch it. And of course, nobody did. And then in 2015, I hooked up with John Cook at Gawker, and we published both the Black Book. And by that time, I had flight logs too. So I was the first guy to publish the Black Book and the flight logs, which I think was a quantum leap in our understanding of Epstein. I wasn't the first guy to report about him, but I think I contributed quite a bit by publishing the Black Book.
He's pretty much responding to her because she asked him that question. But real quick, I want y'all to hear about this for a little bit about the Franklin scandal, and it's real short too. But oh crap, we got to get a little bit of it.
It's a game changer. Okay, and yeah. The thing about the Franklin scandal that makes it a little bit different is there were a couple of the FBI came in and really pressured the kids to recant their abuse.
This is
and
so
two of them
bad.
didn't. One was Alicia Owen and one was Paul Benassi.
So they tried to force them to recant, and two of them didn't. Notice the QAnon hat on her thing. I think that's pretty funny. But
and Alicia was indicted on 8 counts of perjury from the state grand jury, and Paul was indicted on 3
for
counts.
telling the truth.
So Paul was looking at 60 years, and Alicia was looking.
These are the victims.
What's that?
These are the victims who
yes.
came forward.
So Paul was looking at 60 years, and Alicia was looking at 160 years. And then she testified before a federal grand jury, and they tacked on 40 more years. So Alicia was looking at 200 years in prison. And
for being a victim who came forward.
And she still wouldn't recant. And there was a kangaroo court that sentenced her to between 9 and 15 years in prison for not recanting her accounts of abuse. But the authorities really tried to destroy her because they put her in solitary confinement for 2 years. A kid. Wow. She was like 21 years old at that time, and they put her in solitary for 2 years. And as we know, that can really unravel people.
Wait, I want to see this.
No, we'll just we'll stop there for a minute. But he does go on, and he actually, I won't play the clip. I'll just tell y'all. He talks about Mike Johnson and his son sharing an app called Covenant Eyes or something where they watch each other's consumption of porn. It's some creepy stuff. Like if y'all want to see the clip, I'll play it. But it's some weird stuff. And then this is the guy who shut down early. It's like he's got to be a creep, man. It's a weird thing to.
But where do we draw the line on the weird police if like there's people that watch each other on each other's?
Well, this is his 17-year-old son.
Okay, let's say.
I'm not saying it's illegal or even a crime, but creepy.
It was a simple concept, Virginia. I missed that. Don't ask, don't tell. That's what I fucking missed.
Yeah, it's debaucherous, but there's a lot more swingers than you would think, man.
Right.
That's just disgusting. But and if you ever get bored and you really want to look at some of this stuff that Trump started in 2017, that is physical proof that something is going on, just go to Google and go to the Tallahassee Federal Bankruptcy Court in Florida and do a record search for the Corporation of the United States of America.
Oh boy.
And look.
Yeah, he's not wrong. I got one for you, Jeff. What was Christopher Miller referring to when they just congratulated everybody on the largest operation ever made?
Correct. And that just those. Here's the dumbest thing that I could not figure out at the time. Donald Trump gets beat in an election to Joe Biden. You're about ready to be fired in 3 months. Why would you waste your time to replace Esper, who was the Secretary of Defense, with Chris Miller? You only have 3 months left in your office. Who cares? Pack your shit and get lost, right? That at that time, that was my thinking. I'm like, this makes 0 sense. But once you go into Chris Miller's background of what he did in the U.S. Army, it all makes sense why he did that. And the reason I believe that he did that because Chris Miller was in charge of psychological operations for special forces for the Army. And then right before,
Unisoncom. It was not just that; it was Unisoncom. He was in control of every special ops.
Correct. And shortly after that, Trump wrote some very weird executive orders talking about using synthetic rubber mask, talked about using artificial intelligence as part of an ongoing operation. Well, what's that ongoing operation?
I know,
Looks like
man. I know.
look, and this is all in. You can go look up these executive orders and read them. Just like I was saying with the federal bankruptcy court. Trump filed the country bankrupt in 2017. That is undeniable because it's on the federal bankruptcy record rolls. And you can see now, I mean, you look at the tariffs. You know, the tariffs affect my business greatly. You know, and we're trying to reposition on how we're going to operate with these tariffs. Well, the only reason you need to bring tariffs in is if you're getting rid of the IRS. And in those bankruptcy documents, it talks about disbanding the IRS because it's an unconstitutional entity, just like the Federal Reserve is an unconstitutional entity.
Right. We were supposed to operate on tariffs all along. We were supposed to be operating on tariffs, not taxes.
Correct. That's what's defined in the Constitution.
But I think he's going a little overboard with it, don't you?
No.
I don't think we're going far.
No. No, I don't.
What?
No, we don't.
No. Well, look, I'll put it to you in how my business operates, Bonnie.
Marshmallow.
So we import a whole lot of shit because none of the stuff that we sell is manufactured here in this country. The only company that made anything went bankrupt. So when we order stuff from England, if it is manufactured in China for a British company, when we order it, it comes, whether it comes DHL, FedEx, we get the package, and within a week or two, we get a bill from the carrier saying, hey, you had $30,000 in product listed from the country of manufacturing. So just because we bought it in England doesn't mean we get charged the British tariff. We get charged the country of origin tariff. So on that shipment of $30,000, we got hit with a $12,500 tariff.
Right.
So it's basically to encourage business and for stuff to be done in the United States.
And that's
but
what I
also
was
we've been treated unfairly and been in bad, unfair deals for a long time. That's I think most people are okay with it. Is because it's nice to feel like we're standing up for ourselves somewhat. You know,
Right.
like we have a backbone.
And if you get rid of the IRS, you're not going to have the federal withholding. You're not going to have all of these taxes that are taken out because now you're going to use the money that's generated by Treasury from tariffs to pay for all the expenditures. And the American people will have more money in their pocket, but they will have to pay a little bit more for items because of the tariffs.
Right.
They taxed us after the war. The taxes was supposed to be a temporary fix, and they just left it the way it was.
Correct.
We can't fix the past. All we can do is move forward. And so if the tariffs are to bring the business back to America, that's great. One thing that I have a problem with is all these data centers. Those are costing a fortune to run. Why do we need
which data centers are you referring to?
all over the United States? There's huge ones here. Here we got Elon,
right,
building humongous data centers. They're fixing to build another huge one where they, just suddenly had a flood out of nowhere.
Well, at least they're building in America.
Well,
and then Stargate in Abilene, and
right.
It just, I'm sorry, but I'm from Texas. This is not what I want to see here.
Well, look at it like this, though, Bonnie. Let's hypothetically, let's say they shut down the data centers in Texas, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they don't move those data centers anywhere else. Say goodbye. Say goodbye to your Amazon. Say goodbye to your GoDaddy. Say goodbye to your Uber. Say goodbye to your Google Maps.
We got went by with it before. We got paper maps. They're sitting in the stores.
You are correct. But they have built this generation. I hate cell phones because people think when they call you on a cell phone, you're supposed to answer. When I grew up, you had a house phone. If you were somewhere out in public, you had to look for a payphone.
Yes.
That's the thing, Jeff. You're right. All right. And I tell everybody this, and it's true. My phone don't rule me. I rule my phone. It doesn't make noise. It doesn't vibrate. When I'm ready to look at my phone, I look at my phone, because if it was ringing and beeping and vibrating all damn day long, it will distract. It'll take a lot of your time.
Well, that's just like when you guys were showing that video of that guy walking downtown New York with the long poo-poo. Well, guess what? No one noticed it because everybody has their damn face in their phones.
You know what?
There's multiple ways you could use a long. You could use a long weapon multiple ways. There's actually diagrams that show you how to do it.
So today I saw that all of these countries, there's not countries, nations that are starting to not allow tourists. And if they do allow tourists, they're charging them outrageous prices. They only want rich people to come in and visit their country because the tourists are tearing up their countries. So these other nations, I'm not just saying countries because one nation can have several in it. I know that Rome, France, Italy, all of them, the UK, the Japan, all these places are stopping tourism. So that is showing me that this data stuff is fixing to, I don't see where it's going to be great, because if these countries are shutting down the tourism,
Some of that's for other reasons too, though, Bonnie. They flooded those countries with migrants for years. They saturated those countries with another religion, another culture, and they tried to do that to us too. You were right there on the front lines of it, where it's a way to weaken the country, all right, and it's caused that. It's really weakened a lot of those countries.
But it's not just that. And I just saw two countries today, boats pulling up to their beaches, and the people on the beaches, y'all hear me, the people who were out there having fun on the beaches started taking down these people that were swimming up off the boats until they were arrested, and they were immediately taken to a train to be bussed back where they came from. That's how you run a border.
Well, my take on this is I think this is a strategic lockdown without coming out and saying the lockdown. One, and this may piss some people off, but guess what? I don't give a shit what Rome does. I don't give a shit what Russia does. I care about the country that I am in. If hey, if you want to go to a I wouldn't right now. As bad as the world is, there is 0% I would leave this country willingly because
no, I will stand for our country. That's what I'm saying is we need to do more here like these other countries are doing. I'm not saying I am all American, period.
Right. Well, yeah.
I'm not prepared to go to any other country. Never have been, never will be.
But where were the boats coming on shore that you were talking about? A foreign country, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I could get. This is just my opinion.
That's how you run your borders.
Some of them are coming through France and going across the English Channel into Britain.
Sure.
It's happening across from Egypt to like Italy, places like that. I think that's what she's talking about.
Oh, okay. Well, you have to remember though, Bonnie, 8 years ago, borders were racist.
Yep.
You couldn't have borders. If you locked this country down, you were racist. When they tried to shut the airlines down during the big vid, that was racist. Profiling people was racist.
That right there, Jeff, makes me think about that John Lennon song, Imagine. When I was young, I thought that was a really good song. But as I aged, the meanings of that, imagine there's no countries.
Right.
It's that.
Well, can I say something real quick? We were just talking about this, immigration or illegal immigration, shall we say, in Europe and basically all over the world. Australia, Echo Dragonfly just brought that up. But I think those countries, thank God we're doing what we're doing. I think those countries, it's gotten past the point of where they can control it. And Poland is the only one that's smart over there. They're like, we ain't letting nobody in unless you are from the Ukraine war and you're, definitely oppressed or whatever.
Yeah, a refugee, right?
Right. But I mean, in all those countries, they've got to be, because I've been watching the protests in Britain, Ireland, Scotland, everywhere. I think they probably look at us and are like, man, why can't we be like that? We need to deport so many freaking people. But again, getting back to my point, I think that Europe, it's almost to the point of no return over there. They've let it happen too much.
Well, yeah, they need to go dig up Winston Churchill.
And their own governments are on the side of the immigrants too.
I am absolutely for legal immigration. All right?
Yes.
I am 100% behind that. It's these ones that are illegal that are sneaking in that's the trouble. All right.
Well, and the problem with that is your politicians have made it to where, it's okay to do. My neighbor across the street, they're originally from Honduras. Okay, they paid probably $90,000 to become a citizen, to take all the tests, to do all the classes. Every morning I go over and I put as a joke, an ICE detainer warning on his front door.
That's funny.
By the way, ICE is recruiting. Everybody should join ICE. Did you hear that?
$50,000 bonus sign-up.
Well, and the mayor of our city just committed political suicide today because he said he wanted to turn the city into a sanctuary city. And the governor come out and said, bullshit. And he goes, no, we're doing it. And he goes, all right. He goes, you just wait for the feds to come in. Well, and that's what happened this afternoon. They brought in probably about 40 ICE agents, and they went down to City Hall and said, wrong answer, pal. There is no sanctuary cities. That train has left the bus, and now there's this big squabble now between the mayor and ICE. Well, you're
left the bus.
Right.
All right. Virginia?
Yeah.
You're
Sorry,
on
I
deck.
was in
You're
chat
on
world.
deck.
I had checked out. I was over in chat world. What was that, Yorga?
I was saying you're on deck. It's your turn.
About what? I've
Oh,
literally.
forget it. Move along.
You know what? Let's have
What was the question?
I've got a minute-long clip of something that's not political. Okay, it's just funny, and let's do it for just a second because y'all are going. This is pretty fun. This guy is pretty
Kids
fun.
whisper at night. Have you heard? You can't get a kid to whisper during the day, and then at night they're like, "I had a bad dream." Get out of my face! Get out of my face! Get out of my face right now! Don't touch me! All right? He's creepy as hell. I'm terrified to be a dad because I'm a dad. I'll be tired. Being a dad makes you tired. I'll be damned if I tuck the child in. I go to my room to rest my head on the pillow to get some Christian sleep. I want to be woken up in the middle of the night. There's a monster under my... I'm hitting them. I'm hitting them immediately, all right? I'm waking up swinging. This is the only situation where I feel like you gotta hit your kids because it's self-defense, okay? You're not going to rope on me in my sleep doing hard asses like that, you know? Just in my face in the middle of the night. I couldn't sleep. You're about to sleep forever. I promise you. Get away from me. Don't touch me.
You're about to sleep forever. Get away from me. I think that guy's pretty funny. But yeah, we needed a laugh break. Y'all are getting so serious in here. I mean, I do enjoy the conversation, but I did want to share it anyway. It's pretty funny. But I don't know. I think that the truth has got to be at least somewhere in the middle, you know, like maybe not to either extreme. But I have to say that all those years ago when I went down all the rabbit holes into the world of the internet and saw a bunch of stuff like 8 or 12 years ago, and then it just seems like kind of some of the things that were being said a long time ago didn't happen. And then Biden came in office and now Trump's back in. And it seems like some of those things are happening now. And I just hope and pray for that. But I mean, I think a lot of people feel that way, but I don't know. And it is hard to, like when you say that you don't know, that makes me, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to be an a-hole or nothing. I'm just saying, when I say I don't know, and you still don't know, then what hope do we have when we're trying to figure it out from just the internet? If you really do have the inside scoop on things.
I said it right away. I said it a while ago. Listen, we only know what they tell us unless you experience it yourself. All right. That's all. They could use that any way they want, and there's nothing you can do about it. You only learned what they taught you in school, unless you learned it yourself. You know, it's the same concept. They've got us over a barrel.
Well, and here's how I 100% knew that there was something going on, and it settled all my doubts. Is when Joe Biden was getting on a plane to fly to Las Vegas for a fundraiser for his when he was before the DNC kicked him out of the picture, and he had to cancel that fundraiser because he come down with the whooping cough for the second time. You guys remember that?
Yes.
Okay.
No, sorry.
Okay. Well,
who canceled? I'm sorry.
What's that?
Lost sometimes. Who canceled something for whooping cough?
Joe Biden. He was supposed to go out to a DNC fundraiser in Vegas for his reelection campaign. All right. So one of the Secret Service agents that I knew was right behind Joe Biden when he got on the plane in Vegas. 4 hours later, that same person was walking Donald Trump out to the RNC convention when he accepted the nomination. And myself and my mother was watching the RNC, and she looked at me and she goes, "How in the heck can he be in two places at once? And I said, well, I don't know that he has a twin brother. You met him when we were in Hawaii. He never said he had a twin brother. And so I texted him. I said, hey, dude, when did you get a twin brother? And he's like, what are you talking about? And I said, well, you were getting on a plane with Biden in Vegas, but then we seen you at the RNC walking Trump out. How was that possible? And his response to me was, one of those didn't take place when they said it did. Well, the only one that didn't take place when they said it did that was possible was Joe Biden in Vegas, because you had that whole complete entire audience at the RNC convention. So you had a whole mess load of witnesses.
What about the fact they use stock footage all the time? Because
correct. Well,
man, it goes way farther than that, man. We've all seen so much shit you cannot overlook it. Remember in the beginning, they said, oh, there's a crack in the Oval Office. That's not even the real Oval Office. And they say, oh, what are you doing? They call us conspiracy theorists. Then months later, they admit it was a set.
By the way, it was a set. I remember that. And I remember being there in chats, listening to people say this, trying to think, is this real? Are these people crazy?
Yes.
And I remember, it's really weird when you're there. It's different if you never heard it, you hear it after the fact. When you go through it, it hits different, I think. You're watching it. It just like, I don't know how many people saw with the inauguration, how the shoes on people's feet changed and the sky, what time of year, whatever. Things were way off. And like regular everyday people,
they didn't fire the cannons that way. They didn't fire the cannons that way.
Yeah, but like Virginia had a point. It's stock footage, man. They use that stuff a lot.
But so many people had no freaking idea of any of these things and would have said that every one of us was crazy. And we weren't crazy. We were seeing through the cracks in the matrix, man. It was real. But it does kind of sound crazy, even as I say it. But I remember it wasn't hard to see.
There was a time where I had multiple monitors set up to where I could watch. I could open up 40 flipping tabs at the same time. All right, at one time, and I'm good on the keyboard. Right now, I'm on a phone. I've been on a phone for a couple of years. I ain't got a computer, but when I did, I watched that J6 shit go down, and I watched it from multiple locations and people's broadcasting live. I saw a bus being escorted in with unmarked official-looking cars. I saw people get out of that bus in black outfits, go into the bushes in all directions and change clothes, patriotic clothing. They worked their way to the main crowds, and then I heard people starting to take control of the crowds and pointing out. Next thing you know, the fucking guards were opening the barriers and letting people in. The next fucking thing you know, they were letting them into the building, and it looked like the guards were giving fucking tours, all right? So I watched this whole shit go down while the media is talking all their bullshit. When you see it go on live in front of your face, Cola, it's a whole different experience than going back to research it. I agree.
And it doesn't, you just the same.
Well, look at when Joe Biden was giving that speech in the Rose Garden. His hand went through the microphone.
I remember that. I remember that.
Or remember when Biden's press secretary openly come out and admitted that they weren't using the Oval Office in the White House. They were using the Oval Office at OEOB. Now, wait. Why in the hell do you have to do a mock-up Oval Office across the street at OEOB when you have the real thing right there? It makes no sense. And, you look at, there was another big tell that I was thinking of when you guys were talking. Well, if you never, on J6, I told people that I knew of a couple people that were in the operations center. A few days after that, they said, hey, it's not what it seemed. And, I was told I was full of bullshit. You name it. I was getting it chucked at me. Well, then 2 years later, the Gateway Pundit comes out with an article stating that the U.S. Secret Service admitted, and you can go to the Gateway Pundit and read the article yourself, where they said the whole J6 thing was a Secret Service operation.
You know what, Jeff? You just reminded me of something. Right, like a day or two after it happened, I went on the Department of Defense website and made a comment on a pretty active post, and I said pretty much what I just said a minute ago. And I never got a notice or a notification of anything until 3 fucking years later. I get a notification. And I go to the notification, and it's that comment I made with like over 1,000 likes and 150 replies and shit that they never fucking showed me.
Right.
What the heck?
I mean, there's so much stuff that the U.S. government and the military does that the American people never have a clue about. You know.
I didn't say it because I've been saying every time this conversation, I'm the one that says this, but I remember this, Clay. That was the best excuse that they had. But they're still saying he's such an idiot. He has to have a teleprompter. I mean, do you think Trump can't get through a day without a teleprompter? Because he can. I mean, he might be an idiot sometimes and not sound like the smartest guy in the room, but he does it without a teleprompter.
Well,
anyway.
think of this, okay? They were done with Joe Biden, correct? I mean, I think everybody, both sides of the aisle, can agree with that because they installed.
Mary's cracking me up with the sentence, though. With his hairy, muscular arm, I like swapped arms so he didn't have to actually get it. Anyways, I had to give that was funny. Go ahead, Jeff. She's funny.
So, I lost my train of thought.
I'm sorry.
No, you're all right. Oh, give me a second. It'll come back.
How about you let me play this real short clip, or do you have it now?
Go ahead. Yeah.
This is that lawyer I like so much, and I think it's John Brennan, and he's just clips of him like responding, and it's just kind of funny to watch the guys look a little stressed out and stuff. It's just interesting. Like, let's just see what's going on here for a minute.
I'm Brennan, the CIA director. Let me know what you think. Do you think this guy's nervous, or do you think he sounds calm as a cucumber?
The director of CIA and the director of national intelligence make referrals to the Department of Justice. I think the Department of Justice has to do something to respond to it. So putting together an internal strike force, whatever, to take a look at this information is certainly, I think, understandable. But also, I'd like to think that professionals in the Department of Justice will dismiss any of these referrals because they're baseless. They really are. So again, I stand ready to continue to talk about the assessment and what we did during that period of time.
He sounds a little nervous to me. I've seen a lot of John Brennan here. We've watched a lot of his disgusting face from Jen Psaki show, and he sounds like he's talking a little extra fast today. And he's also pointing to an unfortunate truth here, is that large portions of the DOJ and FBI and of course the judiciary are out of our control completely. Not in Pam Bondi's control, not in Kash Patel's control. These are massive agencies with a ton of secret sleeper cells inside.
No conspiracy, and we continue to stand behind what it is that we have said publicly.
But do you worry at all that the Trump loyalists who are installed in those key positions would find a way to punish you regardless of what the evidence reveals?
Well, I guess
what a great question.
What they were going to do, Anna, I just feel as though what we did was right. It was legitimate. It was based on our authorities and responsibilities. We would have been derelict if we didn't do these things. So again, I just like to think that, again, professionals in the Department of Justice and FBI and other places are not going to carry on this, what I think is an absurd effort to try to denigrate the work of intelligence professionals as well as the former leaders.
All right. So you see, Monkey wrote a great book about all of this. If you're looking for a book to read, I just got a hard copy. I'm digging into it. But he wrote a book called Swift Boating America. It's a hard copy book, and it is very thorough and extensive. But he said this, CrowdStrike in these companies, it isn't an IT firm. It's a Democrat Party protection racket. And it got caught running interference for Hillary while cosplaying as cybersecurity experts. He says it's time to burn it all down and salt the earth. And there's a whole apparatus. And they walked us through that right in this email, which was the big one. Say something like a critical infrastructure threat. Just make it up and blame the Russians and wreck global the rest of the planet for the foreseeable future while you're at it. Now, the cover-up obviously was continued. Guys like John Brennan, they did this in 2016. They did it again in 2020 to give Joe Biden this time 51 intelligence people. They gave Hillary Clinton, what was it, 17 intelligence. They gave her that stupid talking point that she used. And they gave Joe Biden the 51 intelligence experts stupid talking point. And they just marched down the line with the same pattern. It was almost the same exact scam. And then they did it again. And now we saw they installed Biden in there there, and now all of his people don't want to talk about it. This other dude is cleaning in the hallway.
You were talking about the elections. This is kind of tying right back in.
Did President or could President Biden have won the 24 election, sir? Were you paid $4 million for that campaign?
So as often is the case, we don't get a lot of answers walking down the hall.
No, we do not.
I think Chet Pergram got a pat on the back yesterday or the day before.
And a hello, how are you?
That was about it. Miranda, I know you're still with us. So we'll see how this goes here and see whether or not it leads to anything.
All right. So they're staying quiet about the whole thing. This is now getting their attention, and it feels like they're circling the wagons a bit so that they can start to create their defense. And the media.
So I don't know. I just think it's funny sometimes to check them out. Like they look guilty, you know?
Well, right. And, going to where I was going at with them replacing Biden with Kamala. If you, like when Trump gave that speech on the whole J6 issue, when he told people you must go home peacefully, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you read the Insurrection Act, there are certain things that the president has to say in order to execute and do the Insurrection Act. So when I seen that, I was like, okay, this dude just did it.
Peacefully
Right?
and periodically. That's the
Correct.
part they take out when they play it back too. They clip
Exactly.
the most important
Now,
part of what it says out.
well, and if you read the Insurrection Act, it states in there that words of that sort have to be put out to the public before he can invoke the Insurrection Act. And so you get into
And
the
the left
election.
media suppressed that. They all don't forget that they did not let the people know that he did that. They tried to hide that the best they could.
And I think they, for whatever reason, I have my theories why the media did that. And it's probably not what you think. But then you get to where Biden's running for re-election. And they wanted Kamala in there so bad, right? They were propping her up, making her look like, Barack Obama 2.0. Why wouldn't they just invoke the 25th Amendment on Biden? The American people would have bought it. There would have been no question, because everybody still says now, oh, he was out of his mind, he had dementia, yada, yada. The easiest way to get rid of him is to do the 25th Amendment and swear her in. Unless you're in continuity of government and you're not allowed to do it.
I was thinking it was just that was an easy pawn. I thought it was just that he.
No, absolutely not. I mean, if what we believe is true, that this whole thing is a quote unquote plan.
I don't know about that, man. That's the thing is, I know that no plan survives first contact. So I have a hard time believing that it was a set plan, like the Q plan, trust the plan. I have a hard time trusting any plan. So to me, it's more like a game of chess where it's a reaction to an action.
Yeah, it is correct. You're right. It's always going to change, but that's why you have guys in the military that are trained in intelligence and counterintelligence and psyops and coups.
Yeah.
They go through and they do this kind of stuff because, like I said, if they wanted.
Bonnie, are you saying something? Is your mic quiet or are you just quiet? Are you trying to get in here? I keep thinking I'm hearing you, but I don't know if I'm tripping.
Yes, I keep saying, may I?
I thought you
I didn't even hear you. Go ahead.
Bonnie, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Bonnie. I'm sorry too. My bad. I should have said it the first time, but I wasn't sure. But I was like, did she just say that? I thought she did. Go ahead. Sorry.
So, Jeff, okay, back to January 6th. If this was some kind of a plot for whatever reason,
right?
People were arrested and held in prison for 4 years.
supposedly.
What
That's
are
what we
the
were told.
consequences of that?
Well, Bonnie, let me put a scenario towards you, because this is how I looked at it. You have a kid, and your kid went to Washington D.C. to peacefully protest, right?
Yes. Yes.
And your kid got arrested, and your kid didn't get any due process. Wouldn't you be on any TV station that would accept an interview from you? Because guess what? For those news stations, that's instant ratings. And you know what instant ratings mean? Dollar signs. So,
Okay, well,
well,
I saw the parents speaking up. The mother was out there every single night on the corner.
okay. But why, when Congress,
Yes, Mary. Go ahead.
when Congress went to the Bureau of Prisons, they were denied the ability to see those prisoners? Guess who holds the purse strings for the Bureau of Prisons? Congress. So why didn't Congress, is a joint measure, defund the Bureau of Prisons until, you know what? I'm a member of Congress. I want to see my damn constituent. That was never done. Now, I'm not saying that there weren't people incarcerated, right? But why isn't any of these people that were quote unquote put on trial? Why didn't I ever see any of these trials on TV? Because you know damn well the media would want to get it, because that's instant ratings for them. And I'm not saying that they weren't arrested. I think there were some that were doing nefarious shit that got arrested.
No, Cash Kelly, all he did was stand on the cement pillar. Okay, he did walk into the Capitol. When they opened the side door and let all the elderly and all them in, he was in that group where they
Right.
walked in. They told
And-
him to stand there for a little bit, and then they told him they had to leave.
Right. Now here's going 6 years in the future from J6 till now. And when I had told people, look, I'm being told by people that I know that the whole purpose of J6 was to commit some type of chaos to where they would have to secure congressional members, where certain members of the military could go into certain congressional members' offices to look for something, documents, computers, whatnot.
Got
They
it.
got Nancy Pelosi's laptop, right? And yet that story was buried. That should have been a national security issue. She's the third most powerful person in the world. Capitol Hill Police,
Nobody
Secret
knows what
Service,
happened.
they should have combed the earth. And guess what? What a lot of people don't realize is there is tracking devices inside congressional members issued hardware that you, unless you installed it, you wouldn't know what to look for.
So they had it.
Well, I think the military had it. And I was told that the whole purpose of that was because Nancy Pelosi was going to authorize a bill to be put on the floor at nighttime while America was sleeping for the sale of General Dynamics to the Chinese government, and every congressional member that voted yay was getting $5 million. Now, look at what she's about ready to be charged with: insider trading. Well, guess where they got that from? From this laptop. Because they were going to sell all of the stock of General Dynamics when this deal went through.
So it took
And they
6 to accomplish this.
Well, because if you look, just look at how people just on this panel, you're having a hard time digesting daily news. Could you imagine if they would have come out with all of this at once?
Dude.
People would have jumped out the fucking windows.
Do not presume to tell me what I do or do not digest, in what fashion, at what speed. I understand what the fuck is going on, okay?
Now you have the wrath of Virginia.
Well, no, I'm just saying America is
Well,
a
I've been
consensus.
witness to
In
this
all
much.
fairness,
I
a
know-
lot of us did find out a lot of it all at once. Maybe not
Correct.
the regular people, but
I
a lot of
saw
us
it
did.
live. I saw exactly.
Somebody was talking about Bill Clinton in the blue dress, just in case anyone hadn't seen it. Y'all can still talk. I just wanted to.
Well, don't forget about Bush's painting. The same artist did a painting of Bush too. They
That was
there's
inside
probably
of
more.
one of his homes. If anybody, I know most people do, but they were saying it earlier, and I thought, I wonder if anybody in here hadn't seen it. I mean, it was a painting, right? So you think he posed for that? Sorry.
Well, you
I
know,
kind of wonder.
and Agent J put in there thanks to McAfee, right? Well, you know who I think McAfee's dead man switch was? Giselle Maxwell.
Huh.
I don't know, but McAfee donated thousands of laptops to the United States government, and then he had them bugged, man. That's what he said. He said he had.
Well,
he had.
I understand. But where does that data go to?
The data
Did you know
center
that he faked his death a couple times before he
Yes.
died?
Yes.
I
The
think
dead
it's
man's.
I
The
think
dead
it's
man.
dude,
Go
the
ahead.
people we have names for, McAfee and all these others, it is naive and simple to think that is the only source of where some bug came from or whatever. We're all under the Patriot Act, essentially. We're all being
Oh
watched.
yeah, I gotta say this too before I forget. Virginia, I've been witness to it. You know, the stranger or weirder or moister that this talk becomes, the more likely that Virginia's even going to be here. So I don't think that. I mean, I don't think you can even shock Virginia. I don't think Virginia is shockable, or I really don't.
No, I love that too. It's you got to have thick skin in this world, or we're all doomed without it. But I mean, I probably could work on that too. But yeah, she's unshakable most of the time. It's funny too because like she's the one you want. There's a couple, but she's definitely one of the ones you want around when somebody's messing around in the chat or doing something. She'll call it out. Why you keep saying that? Or why are you being a weirdo? You know, just straight to it. And I freaking live for it because, sometimes you got to call some shit out. She'll be the one to do it.
I don't know. I've actually enjoyed more the talks about Lake Titicaca and Tiwanaku and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the Earth's vagina?
Where is it?
Oh my God.
It's opposite of Lake Mead out in Vegas. So they have the Hoover Dam. The one side, if you're looking towards Vegas, the right-hand side is Lake Mead. The left-hand side is the gully. And there's this huge hole that's used in case there's runoff, and they call that the Earth's vagina.
Yeah, we talked about this. I want to go there.
Oh my goodness. So we were talking about
I
Maxwell.
want to explore the Earth's vagina.
I bet you
I think
do.
you're talking about one of those pipes. I think you're talking about one of those pipes that releases the pressure and it squirts out into the canyon real far, right?
No.
In vagina, and then we're not gonna. Oh my gosh!
It's not a squirting vagina. It's the Earth's vagina.
No, this is an actual hole. It's not a pressure release valve. It's an actual hole in the ground.
Is it greasy?
That takes the runoff.
And
He's trying to set me up for this. That's all. Billy just wants me to.
I am a fucking stud, bro. I'm a pussy magnet.
He was trying to set me up for that. I know he was. Hold on.
Do it, dude. Email pussy_pounder5000.
I was gonna save this for you, Jeff, but you're up here, so I can't do it.
Shut the fuck. Get the fuck out of here.
This guy's
Isn't that hard for you to understand, Karen?
This guy
Go eat a Snickers,
This guy
bitch.
is screenshotting.
Go eat a Snickers, bitch. This guy crashes out. I don't know. I got to get off the internet sometimes, but it's
Don't
pretty fun.
don't show that to the hunter.
What's that? I missed
That audio that you just played.
Oh yeah.
He'll be playing that all the time every time he sees me.
Oh, you didn't say a Snickers upside down.
Oh, the one that was going off. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't really match, but that's the one Billy liked the best. It is funny, but my favorite. I did it earlier. This is my ultimate favorite. This is the best. The end of it, like that is. Don't tell me someone crashed out unless they're doing that. Don't even say they crashed out. I love this guy. Billy's his biggest fan. But real quick though, we're talking about Maxwell and all the whether the immunity or this or that. This is something on that real quick. It's short. Once again, it always is. All the stuff we go and I say that. Now it sounds like some more that's what she said.
It is that with that. It was totally
a word on Ghislaine Maxwell's response to that congressional subpoena seeking her testimony. Her attorneys have just sent a letter to the House Oversight Chair, James Comer, saying initially they were just going to invoke her Fifth Amendment rights, but they say now that they are willing to cooperate if, and this is a huge if, some big demands are met. One, that includes her being granted formal immunity for her testimony, so she can't be prosecuted for anything she says. Secondly, they'd like for this interview to take place outside of the correctional facility where she's currently serving her 20-year sentence. And they say that in order to prepare for this deposition, and given the volume of materials that she has to sort through beforehand, that she needs the questions written and in advance from the committee before she would go and answer them. They say in this letter that surprise questioning, in their view, would be, quote, unproductive. They also say that any testimony that she would give would have to happen after her fight with the Supreme Court over her conviction. Right now, she's appealing that conviction, and this is something that could go on for months, meaning if that testimony is going to happen, it could be quite some time before it even occurs. However, that immunity demand is a big one because we heard from the House Oversight Chair, James Comer, who said he didn't think it would be likely that anyone would want to grant immunity to someone who has been convicted of child sex trafficking.
Okay, so what do you think is going on here? What makes making those requests? Are those fair requests?
I think for her, she sees a great silver lining in this because it's back in the news and she's like, hey, listen, I might get a deal here. I would also say, though, if you had all this information, why didn't you make a deal the first time before you got your 20 years? Again, I understand why there's such an eye on the Epstein files. I understand that some people have made careers for the last at least 5, 6, 7 years on Epstein and the conspiracy around it. I get that. For me personally, I understand the intrigue. Everyone loves a conspiracy theory, but
oh my gosh, it was so close.
And Doug.
Man,
yeah.
You're the one.
I know he didn't jump in.
There are children and teens and young girls being trafficked right now. And I wish there was as much energy and attention given to that. Maybe the 300,000 migrant children that we are still trying to track down from the Biden years and what have you. Maybe a little bit more energy on that rather than the people that are just trying to influence peddle for clicks and content and the influencers who are so dug into this because it's their lifeblood. I find that a little annoying.
Well, I do agree with what she said. People, where it's still going on and everything, like the list matters and everything, but it's still going on right now, and that has nothing to do with the list.
Oh,
but
he's gonna pardon the shit out of her, man. He's
gonna do a pardon like no pardon has ever been pardoned before.
It's gonna be huge, the biggest pardon ever.
I certainly hope not.
They also have said, they unofficially, people have said that there was a whole lot of violence.
Oh, for sure. It's not just one location. Come on, y'all. This is worldwide.
And how are you going to, if I was her attorney, right? How would I allow a body to question my client that more than likely their names are on the list? Or you've accepted money on behalf of that entity?
Honestly, I don't give a shit about the list. They all know who's on it. They've known it for years.
I don't think you'll ever know really truly who is on the list.
At this point, who fucking cares?
There's a lot. Right. There's a lot of people out there that do, because for whatever reason.
They talk about a flight log or a flight list and who's been on the plane. That's not what we needed to know. We need to know who did evil fucking things they have on videotape or proof of evidence that, and we don't really actually need to see or that, but we would like to know who gets arrested for it and sentenced for that type of thing, you know?
Don't care about a list on a piece of paper. I don't give a fuck.
Well, no, it's people who've done fucking evil things that need to be held accountable.
Well,
you know, what about like a fucking but what about like a lawn maintenance guy that doesn't know nothing about it, goes to the island and mows a lawn? What if he took a flight there? That's what I mean.
Yes, that's exactly my point.
Well, look. So, does anybody here think that there
Holy
has
crap,
been a?
I was agreeing. I'm sitting here arguing and agreeing, but it's all good. I agree with you, Camo, that that everybody on that list that been on the plane, it's different. You need to know who hurt who. And yes, Maxwell might give us some names. We might not get the whole list, but we might get some names. And that's all I had. But I was sitting here like everybody's ignoring me because I was on a different screen, but I was muted. I'm sorry, y'all. Continue.
Does anybody here think that there has been arrests done according to the Epstein list?
I sure do. I think that it exposed a network that we don't know about yet.
There you go. So, just in my state, this weekend, a task force that's headed up by the FBI and U.S. Marshals. What the fuck was that?
I don't know, but I was totally gonna. I've definitely noticed a lot of arrests and things of that nature, and I have a clip right here. If you guys, real quick, same stuff. Like, I am wondering if they're doing it behind the scenes. You know, if they have the information and they're getting the people, they're just not releasing all the. Because if they did say it, then everybody would run that knew that they were guilty. I don't know. Just check this little quick news out.
I think a lot of it's actually connected to the border issue too. I think that was part of the reason it was kept open for these decades of our past here, intentionally kept open. It was part of it. It's not the only reason. Like there's nothing so simple. I mean, I think there was multiple reasons that border was kept open, but now they closed it. Now they're hunting down all these missing illegals and stuff. And I really think that's part of it. All right, I do. I think that's leading them places. I've seen some things about it too.
Hey, I'm gonna have to jump off here. I don't know if you guys heard that or not, but there was a large explosion. So I'm gonna get off here real quick and figure out what happened.
Hey man, Jeff, be careful and don't get shot.
Hey, trust the plan, baby.
Hey, Jeff.
Oh, hey,
Let's
look
see
who
what blew up.
Okay, I got to figure out. You have the link in
I
there?
gotta go. Something just blew up.
I know. He's still here. You know, all right, let me play this quick, y'all, because for real. Oh shoot, I'm still. Here we go. This is true, though, you know.
72 arrests. More than 24 victims were rescued in Operation Guardian Force. The Mississippi Attorney General saying some 400 law enforcement officers took part in this 2-week mission. Our Natalie Williamson has your late reporting tonight. And Natalie, you spoke with someone who was there to see what happened.
Yeah, I did, Lenise. Catherine Bizu, who is a human trafficking advocate with the Gulf Coast Center for Nonviolence, was there to provide 29 victims with the help they need. Tonight, a big sex offender and human trafficking bust across Mississippi has resulted in the arrest of 72 people, according to the Mississippi Attorney General, Lynn Fitch. During Operation Guardian Force, law enforcement officers were able to rescue 29 human trafficking victims in this 2-week investigation, which went from July 14th to July 29th. Catherine Bizu, human trafficking advocate with the Gulf Coast Center for Nonviolence, says they were there to offer open arms to the victims.
The operation had...
I mean, I don't want to keep bogging us down with a bunch of videos. I mean, you get the idea, but that's things like that make me feel like, oh, he's here. You remember, or you're probably the only one that got to meet this guy before. I forgot your first name because of your it's not in your title there. How you doing?
Jay, how you doing? You all right?
You remember me in the back?
Cole, I gotta go, Cole. Something just blew up.
Whatever.
I was gonna say, I hope you're okay. No, I'm joking.
Good. Don't go. How are you doing tonight? I talked over you or something happened. I still didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, me or the other guy? Sorry.
You.
All right. Yeah, no, everything's good in that. I ain't had much sleep. I've got my stepdaughter coming round shortly.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard you on, had some great chats as always. And I thought I'd come and say hello. It's just really awkward, the time difference and that.
Yeah,
unless
it's like right early for him over there, so.
Unless I'm up all night, it's 7 o'clock in the morning now.
Right. Yeah, I've
But how
totally.
you guys doing anyway? You okay?
You're doing pretty good, man. It's been a good night so far.
Good. Uh-huh. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of protests and that. I heard, was it the guy on the panel with who's been following the UK ones? I heard him say it earlier.
Who said something earlier? What the heck?
About the protests. Probably the protests where all the police had riot gear on and that. That was it. That was in a place called Epstein Forest. Yeah, the police went in hard, but they put someone from the left. They took him out of the crowd and went up the crowd like it was like a plant. You know what I mean? And everyone went mad, followed them, and then someone threw a bottle at one of the police officers. So it just went a bit mad. But luckily enough, I got out of there before they kettled everybody in. Yeah, the police are going right hard on them. They arrested a load of left-wingers. Well, we've got a group over here called Stand Up to Racism. Now, all the guys, I'm half Guyanese, right? And all the guys I knock about with and that. There's no racist ones there, but all they say is like fascist, racist. And it just gets boring.
I'm trying to place the accent. Where are you, Ohio?
No, I'm East London in the UK.
Ohio. What the heck?
I'm a Cockney. EastEnders?
Yeah, I used to watch that show.
No, that's a load of shit. That's just no good.
That show's been on for it's still on, isn't it?
Yeah, because people watch it. It's terrible, terrible acting. Yeah. Anyway, I don't want to take the panel. I just wanted to say hello and that, and I'm going to stay along for a little while. What's your name?
Well, I watch a lot of stuff over there. I watch the archaeology and the mudlarkers. If I was anywhere near where you are right now, I'd be out there probably up to my knees in mud, poking around.
I'll tell you, you like all the, do you like no one in the UK has walked into migrant hotels like one person, a good friend of mine, and his channel, I think he's been 9-10 months, and he's got nearly 90,000 followers. He's just got a style and a way. If you like that kind of stuff, he's called AY Audits. And he's big in the game, really, really. He's got people everywhere in it. We was at a protest the other day.
Thinking that sounds legal, like.
No. What it is, I'll briefly go through it. These hotels, they haven't put a HMO in it. I forgot what HMO means, but they've got to change it to
multiple. It means like a shit. I don't know the actual word for it, but like a domicile with multiple families in it.
You're on the right track, right? But because it's a hotel, they're still classed. They've got a C1 license, so therefore you can go in. You can go into what everybody thinks is private areas, but it's not. It's publicly accessible. So he literally walks through the door. He's brilliant, and he's got the security guards. Now, security guards in the UK can't touch you, so they put their hands up and they're trying to stop him. And he's just brilliant. He's got such a good staff. And then
I don't mean to break you off, but Lynn Quilts just said health maintenance organization. It's not that. It's something like multiple occupancy.
But what it is,
housing, whatever.
So because the Home Office, right now, if you're into looking at all this thing, right, Do you know Vanguard and BlackRock? They both are big players, and JP Morgan.
Yeah, at the very beginning, you were probably still sleeping. We were talking about that shooting that they shot the two employees and then they tried to say it was due to it was NFL and they were on the wrong floor. That's what we started with, talking about that. Sorry, you said BlackRock. So
yes, so BlackRock and Vanguard, they're both huge investors in Serco. Now, Serco have got all the big contracts, prisons. They've got all the migrant hotels and that. So for them to go and invest in Serco, it just shows you how big this shit's going to go, like with the hotels and all that. Although the government, who are absolutely useless at the moment, Labour government, they're saying that they want them out of the hotels because if they put them in housing, and these people are just coming over with no ID, and they're literally putting them in housing because it takes them out of the hotels. They want everyone out of the hotels. So therefore, if you've got any family or anybody's in these hotels, they stick you in these dodgy apartment hotels with all drug users and that. If anyone's in there, you ain't getting a place for years because these people get priority. And it's just, it's a real shame.
Your name's Ricky?
No, I'm Jay.
What's your name?
Jay. J-A-Y.
All right on. Nice to meet you, Jay. They want to know if you know any Pink Floyd. You know any Pink Floyd? Like maybe.
Pink Floyd, yeah, I used to be into Dark Side of the Moon and all that back in the day, yeah. Because
we're getting requests. We're getting requests.
Sound like a young'un. I'm saying like a young'un, but I'm nearly 60.
Well, I probably got you beat. I probably got you beat then, so you're probably younger than me.
Young at heart. Yeah, so, you know, the UK, everyone's protesting in all the hotels, all up and down the UK, Scotland, everywhere, because you have the democratic right to protest, although he's taken away free speech and that. People have just got the hump with the government and, you know, we need to just keep it up and, do you know what I mean? But we need a government in 4 years' time. I can't believe it's another 4 years. 4 years' time, like a right-wing government who's going to go, right, no more, put the Navy in the sea. When you see the boats, turn them back. Now, at the moment, we've got the RNLI. What? RNLI? So that if anyone falls in the water, they come and save them. But at the moment, they're ferrying immigrants. And it's just crazy stuff. But, you know, I don't want to take over with that. It's just, you know, I'm very passionate with it.
No, it's okay. I was talking about this just a little while ago, the situation in Europe and the UK as far as the immigration goes now. I'm not there. All I see is what I see. But from what I can see, it looks like it's gone too far. Past the point of no return.
The major player is George Soros, isn't it?
His name came up in the subpoenas or somewhere. I was shocked that his name was actually. We'll see if some justice comes his way because it's getting more mainstream now.
It's him who's doing it, yeah.
He's too big. They'll never get him. They'll never get him.
They even uttered his name though. I have to look it up.
He was the one. I mean, I'm not one for looking into rabbit holes and all that, but apparently he was the one who funded the mass migration all through America into like Egypt and, you know, Greece and that. But they all want to come to the UK. And honestly, they've put them all over the UK. And if you Google, like, you know, migrant hotels UK, they all come up. They're nearly taken over the whole map.
Well, how many years I heard about that years ago. How many years has that been going on?
But another problem is, from what I've seen, the areas they're taking over in the UK and other parts of Europe, they're just trashing them. I mean, it's like it's a hellhole.
Well, you know, I don't know if you've got to say, well, you don't put me in hotels there, but what they do, they go into a hotel. If they don't like the food or something, they'll set light to it. There's so many hotels gone up in smoke.
Oh, wow.
Now, I went to a protest the other day, and it was the most powerful protest ever.
Good.
There was grandmas, women, and children walking all around it's called the Isle of Dogs, and the hotel's called the Britannia International. Right, I took someone there in 1992, and the guy and his wife paid £3,500 for the penthouse suite. It's a Google it, the Britannia International Hotel. It's a 4-star, out of this world hotel. Well, I can't think of their name now. Not Boulder.
Pretty good.
Too many buttons.
Well, there is a whole ocean in between us, so there's that.
Well, to your point, though, there is stuff going on all over Europe, all over the world. It could be immigration, it could be other things, but there's definitely. There you are.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll go, Bonnie.
So, so y'all know I was following the whole thing with Diddy. I know this is a stretch. Oh, look who it is! Yay! What's up, 10?
Hey, 10. I want to ask Jay. You're not one of them soccer hooligans, are you?
I used to be in my younger days. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's kind of cool.
Hey, Jay, the police, I mean, the bobbies still carry just sticks, or are they allowed to carry firearms yet?
No, you can't carry nothing. You've not got a right to defend. You've not got a right to defend yourself. Although Tommy Robinson was hassled the other day at a train station, and the guy was in his face. He kept warning him, and then he just went bang. The geezer was 6'3". He's only about 5'5". He knocked the bloke clean out. But yeah, I used to years ago, and it was just you just had a little fight then. But now it's it's silly. I'll go football.
They can't even carry the billiard clubs anymore?
Nothing, no. What people do, they carry a baseball bat and put a ball in the car and that, but, police know what you're doing.
Hey, Bob, you want to get, I don't have a way to get Bob a link. I mean, I guess it's in the chat, technically. We haven't had any, panel crashers, except this guy, but he was invited a long time ago. He's not technically a crasher. Oh, yeah, Virginia might be able to do it. I mean, if he wants to, I'm just offering.
You want me to give him the link? Is that what you're saying?
If he wants to come up, he can. That's all.
Okay, gotcha.
I didn't even know he was here the first time. So I did want to talk though real quick. I was following the Diddy stuff and everything. If any movement happens, I pay attention. And they actually on Law and Crime had Alexandra Shapiro, which was one of his lawyers. Yeah, he's cool with it. So anyway, she was just talking about all the things. So they definitely tried to do everything. They tried to, get more bail, and that didn't work. And they tried to have it drop, but this isn't really about that. This is just an interview with her. At least it may get the part I was going to play. I don't know who all was around back then or what, but I kept talking a lot about KK, Christina Koram, because she was pretty much a co-conspirator, and they never called her. And they were kind of asking her about that. I just was interested in following up, keeping our eyes on things. But somebody else I follow that I don't have a clip for was saying they think they're going to give him the maximum sentence. It really is looking like that's what's going on because this judge is just not falling for any of it, which I hope stays the same. But this is Diddy's lawyer, Shapiro. Who's her father? She's a Shapiro. So I can't think of the first name, but she's. They're probably.
I saw somebody with the same effect, but it was somebody saying that there's no chance of him getting out of jail on bond or anything.
They keep trying. I mean, they got to try, I guess. But this is more about why they didn't call KK, which I guess it's not. For me, it's some of the facial expressions and when she does them with what she's saying.
There's someone backstage
ever potentially going to be called by the defense? We were all shocked why the government never chose to call her. Since I don't know, her name came up almost every single day through almost every witness. Was there a plan by the defense to call her?
Plain in his world.
No, they made it to safely.
That's his Miss Maxwell. She does the same job as Maxwell did.
School snack.
Oh, crap, I was ready to skip it. I swear. I hate these ads. It was going pretty good. I'm not going to ads. Oh no, now I lost my spot. See, they do it on
like we do so many times here on Law and Crime Sidebar.
Right, I
There
want to
is
see
a
that.
reason that Morgan & Morgan, our sponsor, is
Now we
America's
get right
largest
on a
injury law
commercial.
firm.
Isn't
Their
that
firm with over was Christina Coram ever potentially going to be called by the defense? We were all shocked why the government never chose to call her. Since I don't know, her name came up almost every single day through almost every witness. Was there a plan by the defense to call her?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to get into specific plans or non-plans, but it was more of an overall decision just not to put anyone on and just to use a few pieces of evidence that hadn't come in.
What do you think about the prosecution's choice not to call her? Because I will tell you, we did lunchtime shows, live shows with our audience. I would say 80% of questions that we got during 7 weeks of testimony was, why is she not being called and will she be called? Were you surprised the prosecution chose not to call who was supposed to be the main alleged co-conspirator?
I mean, I don't think so. I think that she would have been a double-edged sword for them, and they probably didn't want to take the risk. As you saw during the trial, even a number of the witnesses that they had always planned to call, that they did put in kind of
much.
I'm just skipping ahead
and give his story, tell his
conversations. Obviously,
right where I'm going to end this. One of the last things she says, she does a lip compression, and Virginia knows. I like to watch. She likes them too with the, what's it called where they watch your body language.
Body language.
She does a lip compression, and I mean, if I've ever heard that before, talking about him not taking the stand and stuff. So it's just
he
things like
thought about it, decided not to.
Him on the stand.
And, as I indicated earlier, we thought the case had gone in really well for us, and so we liked where we were. So that was basically the decision.
Now, the big news.
You see it? She bit down on her lips. Stopping herself from saying something. And then real quick here, they talk about a letter, which apparently she wrote a letter, trying to get, I guess, I'm not sure. Let's see if they, none of it worked that I know of. The bail got denied for the 70,000 billionth time, but they sure tried again.
But do you think Judge Arun Subramanian is going to be persuaded by your letter, by your motion? Because obviously, he specifically highlighted after the verdict your client's violence, how the defense asserted at trial that Combs was violent. Do you think he's going to have a change of opinion now based upon the legal papers?
Well, I think we certainly hope so. And, as we pointed out in the papers, the unfortunate violence that occurred was mostly a really long time ago, other than the one incident in June that Jane testified to, which was kind of unusual. I mean, they had been together for 3 years. There had been no violence, and she essentially started the fight. I'm not excusing anything, but it was kind of a one-off. And I think the government really hadn't put in any evidence of any recent violence. The Intercontinental video, remember, that was almost 10 years ago. He broke up with Cassie in 2018. And in our reply papers yesterday, we submitted a letter from Gina Hyun, who was one of the alleged victims, a different ex-girlfriend. And I think it was a pretty powerful letter about how Sean has changed, how she's not concerned about.
Let's say
Gina Han she didn't show up to court and dodged the subpoena. And as soon as court was over, she came out and did a video in his favor. She's been paid. Everybody it's obvious.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But here, this last part here, they talk a little bit about what's the legal terms, but I don't think it's going anywhere. I'm pretty sure it's over, all of it.
Motion for judgment of acquittal is not successful. Let's say the motion's not successful.
What's that? He's hypothetically speaking. What'd you say, Connie?
Backstage.
Oh, I'm sorry. Anyway, hey, Bob, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you.
Hey, Bob, you all right?
Hey, Bob. Boo!
Yeah, all right.
And let's say your client is sentenced to a significant prison term, because there is discretion on the part of the judge. There's been a lot of talk in the news about this idea of a presidential pardon. Is the president really considering it? Have there been conversations with his team? Is there anything you can tell us about that?
Just one.
Oh my God!
Wait, I want to see this.
I know it. It's because I skip around so much, man. It's a punishment.
Really know. The trial team's not really involved in any of that. There's a lot of rumors floating around the internet and in the news media. So I can't really speak to it. It would make sense that the president, given his history, would be thinking about it for someone like Sean, but I can't really, I have no personal knowledge about that.
And if there is an unfavorable sentence, I imagine you would immediately appeal this conviction and sentence. What would be some of the arguments that would be made, if you can give us a preview, and why you think they would be successful?
So I think Sean would.
I'm sorry. I'm going to stop there for a minute. I do have an audio too of something that Trump said. basically contradicting this. I don't know where exactly the audio come, but it's certainly him. But some of the things they were going on about, like her arguments were going to be that, you know, if they hadn't have done the RICO and put that video of him kicking that girl's butt and all this, that they wouldn't have gotten just a bunch of stuff. They want to read the whole thing, but I don't think they're going to get anywhere. Go ahead, Kamal.
Well, this is the thing about that. All right, I'll give you for instance. I knew this guy. All right, I knew him back in the late '70s, all through the '80s, and into the '90s, and he was trouble. All right. My mom being a cop, I actually saw this guy's record. You know, I was no angel when I was a kid, and that's how I knew him. But this fucker, he would go and he would steal. He'd make friends with somebody, and then as soon as he got a chance, he'd be stealing their car and whatever he could fit in the car, and he would steal the car, like a trunk full of tools, whatever he could fit in the fucking car. And he would take it down into the city, Pontiac, Michigan. We call it Ponty Crack back in the day. And he would sell that car and everything he could for as little, but you know, a couple $100 sold. So he could go buy his fucking rocks. And then he would always get caught. And I swear this guy did this shit like near 20 times. I saw his record. I saw the record of it.
Wow.
And he would get arrested, and then he would be out on the streets in a couple of weeks. And I knew, everybody fucking knew, that the only way that would happen is if you fucking ratted on somebody. All right?
Yeah.
The only way that somebody can get affiliated with something like that and still walk or get a better deal or get better treatment or whatever the fuck they're getting is if they turned. All right, if they ratted out on them, you know, that's automatically what I think. Flame on, 420.
Mm-hmm. So I do have a real quick, they were, you know, saying that Trump might pardon and things like this. This is also a real quick audio. I don't really understand how or why they got this, but it's comforting. What's that? Yeah, that's what,
what?
That's what people are saying. That's what they were just asking Diddy's lawyer about. And she said she hopes, but she thought maybe with this and that. But this is, I don't know where this came from, but just it's him talking about it. And I think it's pretty well, I think I'll put it to bed, the thought of that real quick. Just a minute.
To do it. Sean Diddy Combs. Right. Would you consider pardoning him? Well, he was essentially, I guess, sort of half innocent. Yeah. I don't know what they did. Still in jail or something. But he was celebrating a victory, but he seems, I guess it wasn't as good as a victory. Probably, you know, I was very friendly with him. I got along with him great, and seemed like a nice guy. I didn't know him well, but when I ran for office, he was very hostile. He said some not so nice things about you. Yeah, and it's hard, you know. Like you, we're human beings. Right. And we don't like to have things cloud our judgment, right? But when you need someone and you were fine, and then you run for office, and he made some terrible statements. So I don't know. It's more difficult. It makes it more. I'm being honest. It makes it more difficult to do. But more likely a no for Combs. I would say so. Okay.
I would say so. That's good enough for me. So next time somebody says that, I'm going to tell them I don't think he's going to do it.
Could that not be AI? Or
no, I don't think. I think that's an actual recording of. I don't know how they got it, but.
I don't. I can't see Trump doing that at all.
Me either. But people keep talking about it. And when I heard that, I was like, "Well, that makes me feel better."
The thing is, once something comes out, then you know it just sets everyone, especially people who are covering it, like who's got big channels in it. You know, everyone's on bandwagon, and you can't help but pick it up and think. Like it makes you think, doesn't it?
Well, I think he's smart enough to stay out of that kind of nonsense, man.
100%, yep.
Yeah.
For sure. Mm-hmm. He's not going to get wrapped up in that. I don't think so.
No.
Can I just quickly come in with? Did anyone see the clip of Trump and our Prime Minister Keir Starmer?
I don't know.
Where Trump told him you need to sort the migrant crisis out. You know, we've sorted it out over here. You know, it's a real bad problem. And then he said a couple of things, but our Prime Minister was twitching. He was really uncomfortable.
Good.
Yeah, but it's true.
Today,
we haven't got
this morning,
Now,
I think it was this
our
morning. I
gov-
saw where they're gonna.
our government,
He's planning on meeting with Putin and Zelensky
yeah.
in person.
Well, Trump was just playing with him, like. But our government set up this squad, right? And they're going around arresting people for tweets or, like WhatsApp messages and all sorts. Like they're coming arresting people for like it's crazy. You know what I mean? And then he turned
Arresting
around and
people for their social media, man. That is freaking nuts,
mental, isn't it?
man.
Listen, you've got to have freedom
nuts.
of speech because when you shut it down, that's when it can get very, very dangerous.
I'm pretty sure you guys are going to have some sort of revolt or something soon because
it's
Well,
happening
when you
now.
left the panel, when you left the panel, that's what I thought. They kicked you off.
Yeah, it's happening now. Everyone's sort of going against it. We've got 4 more years of this government, but they're so incompetent. They are terrible. Now they're coming up with the sorry. Go on,
No, I
Carla.
just wanted to respond to him because he's saying, and it is true, it's absolutely true, but they did fire her, and I find that interesting. And I think they're going to go on to the harsh sentencing on him, which isn't very high considering that he got out of a lot of it, but 10, 20 years maybe.
Sorry for changing the subject then.
No, you're okay. I was just popping. I just wanted to respond to it because I didn't know if you knew that. But I don't know, man. At least you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was fired.
well, and going back real quick to that to what Jay was saying in the UK, I mean, his government is messed up, and they are actually protecting the immigrants more than they are the rank and file British people.
Yeah, 100% they are. Yeah. If you see the police around certain Epping Forest
That ain't
Hotel,
gonna last. It is not going to last, man. Those people are not going to put up with that shit. And I've been watching some of the protests and stuff, man. I mean, that's a lot of people, man. I mean, these are not small protests.
Well, they're shipping people from they're shipping police from everywhere, all over the UK, just to man these protests.
And how many of those police? I'm sorry, but how many of those police officers are really on the side of the people, the rank and file? But they have to do their damn job.
I do believe that there's a lot of them, but the mortgage comes first.
Oh, true.
Wasn't it over there where they were spraying manure on somebody protesting?
That was in France.
That was in France. Yeah, that was brilliant. That was the farmers in France.
Okay.
They threw all shit over the government building.
But see, that's a different kind of thing too, because I haven't studied it, but I know a little bit about it. People in England and in France and some other countries, they get these really nice RVs. I mean, they're not. These people aren't poor, but they'll just show up on somebody's property, and there's hundreds of them. And that's their thing, man. We don't do that in the United States, but they do it over there, and that's what that is. These people, somebody had a Lamborghini out there. These aren't like the immigrants. These are just regular folks that are just coming out and just camping out wherever the hell they want to.
All right, so
I don't know why, but you talking just triggered me into thinking you said something about England and France, and somehow underpants flashed in my memory.
Right, and do the dance you do without your pants that they do in France.
I remember that song. So
Sorry?
Do you think there was a turning point when you all sort of lost your certain rights? Where would you put that turning point?
Well, there was several people going out to the hotels, but it was very small. Very small.
I mean, historically, go back in time. Like, is it when you lost your guns? Is it when you lost a certain right? I don't know. I'm not there. But
we've never really had guns. We had guns like with licenses and that, but then they took them away. I think certain people can have.
When did they take that away?
Shotguns and that. Sorry?
How long ago did they take that away?
I think they took handguns away about 12, 15 years ago.
Okay, interesting.
But, you know, if somebody comes into your property and you end up like hurting them, you know, they're looking at you as the criminal rather than, you know, they've entered your property, which I've always said, you know, a man's home is his castle. So
Yeah,
you
we
will
ain't
be
doing that here.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
Yes.
So
there are places here that are doing that, Yorga.
Well, I don't care. I don't care about the law. If somebody tries to break in here, guess what? They're gone. They are
100%.
gone.
Well, there was
And whatever the law wants to do to me, they can do to me. I don't care.
Yorga, you know, I had full intentions on doing that. In 1995, at midnight, somebody broke into my apartment while they thought I was gone, and me and my girlfriend were just gone to bed. And I snuck around the wall and was sitting or standing by the window preparing to kill somebody. All right, I was just completely dead set on killing this person. I had a bayonet, an M9 bayonet in my hand, and they didn't see me, and I was aiming for the throat. And when the Venetian blinds spread just enough, I saw his face. I realized it was the apartment manager's husband. All right.
Wow.
And I just fucking went off, and I was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And it scared the fuck out of him. And he ran into an empty apartment next door to mine, and he kept screaming, "I'm authorized to do this. I'm authorized to do this." Well, by the time that the cops had to fucking drag him out of there, or he wouldn't come out of that apartment, I was going to kill him. All right. And they drug him out of there. And that's when they told me he was on parole for almost a year. He had married this manager while he was in prison. He was in prison for 20 years for breaking into a place to steal guns and killing somebody. All right.
That happens quite a lot in the UK. They robbed the farms for the guns.
Well, he was gone. He broke his parole. He got life for that because I caught him dead fucking to the right. You know, I mean, but I nearly killed him, and I was dead set on killing him until I saw his face. So I'm saying, like, if someone did break into your house, what if it's a kid? Right? It can make you.
You know, I'm not a guru, although I play one on TV. You know, I don't know exactly what I would do, but I mean that's the plan for right now is extermination.
Yeah. Well, there was a farmer about 30 years ago, and two travelers, you know, the gypsies. Two gypsies broke into his house, and he plotted up. He was a farmer. He plotted up with his shotgun, and he was hiding. They've got into his property. He's turned around. He showed them the shotgun. They went to run out, and he blasted one in the back, and then he's done the other one. He's ended up killing the two of them. But where they arrested him for it, he went to prison, and then it was where they turned around and they was running away. Like they tried to say, but he's done it in his own home. Anyway, eventually, because of the outcry from the public, they let him off. They let him off of it. But yeah,
really, the best defense here would be to be in fear of your life. All right, that's the element that you need. If somebody enters your realm or threatens you in a way that you're in fear of your own life or your family's life, you have the right to defend yourself. How you do that is up to you at that point, and that's what matters. You know,
I think though, because of that, is the crime rate not lower? Like people will think before they do something silly.
I wish I could say that, but I'm just north of Detroit and just east of Flint, so it's not like
that here. Oh, I see, Flint. Yeah, I've heard a lot about Flint. Yeah, you got to do what you got to do in your home, ain't you?
Yeah, I don't want to shoot anybody inside of my house, man. Have you ever seen gunshot wound? Man, that stuff flies everywhere. Hair, skin, blood, bone.
We were on this discussion because I was just thinking about this. Bob, how you doing, Bob? It's funny we're talking about this because I was thinking about this, and now that both of these officers they're gone. They were older than me, so they're been gone a while. But I had two different officers tell me the same fucking thing. They said, buy a fucking Rambo knife at the flea market that nobody ever knows you own, and keep it at your house. Don't let anybody ever see it. Don't anybody ever touch it. All right, you keep that knife. Only you know that knife. If somebody breaks in your house and you end up killing them, put that fucking knife in their hand and don't tell nobody. And that's what they told me.
Well, you told too many people. You already told too many people.
Yeah, you just lost the game.
We got to do that backstage. No, I'm just kidding.
So
Nobody.
because of all the knife crime in the UK, Rambos have been banned and machetes.
What's even better? Hold on, I can up that one. You get two knives, and you keep one brand new in the package, and you knife him with the other one, and then take the brand new one out with gloves on and put it in his hand. So the only fingerprints on it are his, and then you shake on the real murder weapon. You just wipe a little blood on the new one, you know.
Oh my gosh! You guys are scaring me.
Allegedly.
We can't be talking like this on YouTube.
No.
Allegedly, it's all a fake story. We
I
could totally
get all my knives from Billy, so they'll trace it back to him anyhow.
This is
Don't listen to me because I'm an idiot. All right. Don't ever, take my advice. I don't know anything. I can lift heavy things. I can lift heavy things, but I'm not very smart.
So they've even banned the Rambo knives in Britain.
Yeah. Yep. Rambos and machetes, because there's so much, mainly black on black stabbings and murders. Yeah.
Well, I know they've had some machete attacks.
Yeah, it's all over. They call it, like similar to America. It's come from America over to us, and they do the ride outs. They do all the drill stuff and that. And then if one of them's done one of their firm, then they'll go round and ride out in all masks and that, and just jump out if they think they've seen one of them, just hack them like to pieces. And it's happening quite a lot, So that's what they do. They just ban things and that. They don't deal with the problem. You know what I mean?
Right.
They're still going to have the problem because how many Rambos or machetes are on the street? Crazy.
Tons.
Well, I don't keep them on the street, but I'm really fond of my machete. I have a special issue U.S. government contracted Blackie Collins machete with the hard scabbard. I mean, it's close to my heart, man. I fucking sleep with that thing.
Yeah, I'm renting Craig's lawyer for the night. YouTube, this stream is for entertainment purposes only.
Well, I do believe the next thing was going to be banned is the what's them things what you shoot the darts out with? I forgot.
Okay, what do you think they're ending?
Hey, you guys, I got to tell you about this while we're on the subject, though. Just so you know, always watch for something called a Randall knife. All right, this guy made custom knives. It inspired the Rambo knife. All right, and this guy, his name was Randall. He made these custom-made survival knives for guys in the military, in those op units. All right, and they've become super valuable and super rare, man. I'd be surprised if you could find one for under a couple grand, in bad shape. But that's the original inspiration to the Rambo knife. Look him up, Randall knife.
Yeah.
Cool
the next thing I think is going to be banned is the crossbows. I think they're going to either put licenses on them or, ban them. Crossbows.
Oh, okay.
I think that's what's going to be next. Yeah.
I love a crossbow. Very efficient.
Yeah, very accurate, and all, weren't they?
No noise, man. That's what I like. No recoil, no noise. Just, and you're gone.
No, what is
my
that?
favorite bow, York. I'm looking for one. So if anybody out there in the universe has one, let me know. I'm looking for a 1970s Black Widow takedown recurve.
Right? Black Widow. That sounds hot.
That reminds me of that kid on Christmas Story when he's talking about his Red Ryder BB gun and he says it real fast. That's what Carl was
Keep your eye out, kid.
No kids.
Hey, I'll tell you what, Pootie Poot was talking about slingshots. You can fuck somebody up with a wrist rocket, man.
Yeah,
You
you
got a
can.
steel
Yeah.
wrist rocket. And you're good with that thing. You knock somebody the hell out at least.
Camo, I had a super old crossbow that actually had like a wooden stock, like a rifle. I don't know how old it was. It worked like a bitch. I got drunk one night and shot pencils out of it, man. I could have killed somebody with a pencil.
Wow.
The old number
Well,
2.
yeah, actually, if you go into it far enough, you'll realize that every fucking thing is a weapon and it comes down to it.
A fishing rod. I'm telling you, a fishing rod.
Yeah.
If you're fishing and somebody gives you a load of shit, their ass is yours.
Wearing a camo with some nunchucks. I mean, I've seen him kind of Rambo it out with the with those things. I'd be more. That's his weapon of choice, I'd say.
Yeah.
No, actually, my rifle is my rifle is named Kindness, and my shotgun is named Pen because it is mightier than the sword.
Wow.
Chessboard just said pool cue. Oh yeah, I've seen it.
That's a golf.
Yeah, a lot of people would carry a pen or a pencil or something, or
that's
if
a golf club.
Hang
if
on,
you're
he's got a literal,
sticks.
you guys. He has a literal talking stick.
That's a golf club. Bought it for $3 secondhand.
Ah, right, golf. Yeah, I got you.
Right down
Perfect.
about the same
Perfect.
length as in a screamer stick.
Oh, you wear somebody out with that thing, man. Hell yeah.
Man. Yeah.
It's nice and light.
I love a skirmish sticks. I'll tell you right now, those are some fun things too. You know, bojitsu, eskrima, you know, tofnas, kamas, all those things are fun. It's not just nunchucks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Everything's a
comes
weapon.
with a
And
golf
if
club.
somebody even, I was going to say, if somebody even walks in my direction with nunchucks, you win. I'm running, man. I don't know. I have to
You
get
can
it.
even get lucky with those things and be deadly. So yeah, you just got to assume they might know what they're doing.
Man, if I try to do that, I'm not myself.
On for a second because I have a project in the works right now. All right, and I'll be showing some of this off. All right, but I've got a new pair of nunchucks I'm making out of solid nylon. All right. These are, and I've got the holes drilled for the parachute cord already, but I've got a little more drilling to do. And if you've ever worked with solid nylon, you know it's not easy. But soon I'll be able to do more videos where I can go trim the trees and stuff and actually hit stuff with my nunchucks.
You got a lathe? You got a lathe?
No, I did this all by hand, but these are absolutely unbreakable. All
I've
right,
never heard of solid nylon.
Over these, I can beat concrete again. All right, I'm going to be doing some different videos where I can show you what I can really do. Because those little wood ones I got, I can break those real quick. You know what I mean? I can just show with those. I can't actually use these. I'll be able to use.
Right, Cola, Bonnie, and everybody else. I'm going to go because I've got to sort myself out before my stepdaughter comes.
Well, I hope nothing blew up over there.
What'd you say?
Nothing. That's why Jeff B had to leave. He said something just blew up, and that's why he left. I'm just joking.
Yeah, you had the perfect opportunity. Shots are being fired. I gotta go, guys.
Something blew up. I gotta go.
Yeah, I hope he's all right. Yeah, I'm going to go, guys. Anyway, it's been lovely chatting with you.
All right, man. Good seeing you.
Nice.
Yeah, you too, Cola. Thank you. Bonnie and everybody. I'm sorry, I don't know everyone's name, and I can hardly see. My eyes are going funny. But thanks anyway. Thanks, guys.
It was good to see you, Ray.
Yeah, lovely to chat with you all.
Okay.
Thank you. See you later, chat. Have a good one, everybody.
All right, Jay. Have a good one.
Yeah, stay safe.
Good dude.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. I got a little 1 minute funny thing here. I think it was funny. This guy's kind of he really like Trump, but he's pretty funny though.
Then you had to go to the library and you had to ask a librarian. And if the librarian didn't know, they would give you.
I have to say, if somebody's not looking, it says explaining the library to Gen Z. Because if somebody's only listening, that's who he's supposedly talking to.
A number with dots. They would give you a library is like a house for books.
Yep.
They would give you a number with dots, and then you would go trace the dots and the number to a book, and then you would read the book to see if the answer to your question was in there. And if it wasn't, you would just know a bunch of different stuff. You would know. A book is like a slow Kindle. It's like
like a slow Kindle.
Oh,
That's funny.
That's true.
He's so funny, but yeah, he does not like Trump, and he, it is what it is. But it doesn't, some of the stuff he does is still funny. But I mean, about Trump, even, I'm not. But I'm not going to share it. No, I'm going to let him make fun of him on my panel. Anyway, I'm just kidding. I think he is really funny, though.
Bonnie would let him on the panel. Bonnie will let anybody on her panel.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no, she won't. Carl, sending your friends over to show me things in the backstage, and he didn't come.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Did you finally get to see that?
Right. Well, so I was saying it in Bonnie's chat. I said, Bonnie, just do them like Carl does. Just be like, oh, that's so pasty and white. Why would anybody ever show this?
What the hell just happened?
It gets so funny when he does that, because I mean, maybe that is giving them what they want. They want some attention or something like this. Oh my gosh, Billy. Hey,
You gotta call it like you see it, Cola.
What's that?
You got to call it like you see it.
It's so funny. It's just, why would anybody ever do it again after all that? But I don't know. It's been those are some of the funniest things I've ever. And he just goes on and on. And he's serious too. I mean, it's so pasty and it was tiny little things. I could not imagine being that guy. Whoever was weird enough to go do that anyway.
You're talking about Mr. Vienna Sausage, aren't you? Because he was a return visitor. Right? He came 3 times there. I got a screenshot of his face. I got a screenshot of the rainbow wig motherfucker too. There's some weirdos, man. They're way too proud of something they don't even have.
Oh. Okay. So you had someone try to come back and show you, and oh yeah.
No, their cameras were. I couldn't. That'd be like porn or something if you were to show anybody. I can't show anybody what I saw, but other people. Pamela saw it. They look. They were completely nude, dancing in front of the camera. Pasty white old dudes with tiny dick. One of them had a long rainbow wig on. All right, the other one was just sitting there with his old beat self in a fucking chair.
No. I'm getting the visual.
I told you not to say that.
I'm in Seattle half of the month. It's like I'm getting visuals.
And like Sigma's saying, I will never look at a starfish the same fucking way.
Carl, the one that didn't have the wig, did he have short hair and glasses?
Yes, he did. Did you see him?
Oh my God.
Was he young looking?
Like 35, 40-ish, something like that?
Yes. Quit sending your friends to mine.
Fellas, don't you got something better to do? Come on. God damn, man.
It's crazy.
Sorry, Bonnie. Sorry, I know that you didn't need to see that.
Gosh, I got to show this to this lady. Maybe she's never seen one before. What the?
Well, answer me this question, the all-powerful interweb. Why can't it be a hot chick?
Yeah.
I don't know, because they're not desperate and weirdos.
Nice and curvy young lady. Even the middle age. I don't care. Nice curvy lady. Yeah.
I could say
I am a button leg kind of guy, by the way.
Oh my God, I'm a live stream traumatized. I'm traumatized.
Well, I don't even want to see a real man, a manly man,
Where's
doing that in my backstage.
I am a fucking stud, bro. I'm a pussy magnet.
Oh my God! Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
I have to know him at least a month. Come on.
Dang, Bobby.
Oh shit.
That's
Oh
funny.
God! I used to go to this chat program after I retired. It was called Cam Frog. Oh my God!
Oh, you cut out a little bit.
Stuff. Wow. Yeah, I mean, you would not believe what I've seen on that chat program. That was unbelievable. The one that really stuck in my mind was Poo Eater. Was a dude. I could tell by his toilet he was somewhere in Europe. He would, drop a deuce and reach his hand in there, and he'd.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
no,
yeah,
no, I'm getting a big one. No.
yeah. Just what you think. Oh my God, that guy.
How fucked up can you be, man? I mean, how really can anybody top that? I don't think so.
We had one women said to him, "Poo Eater, now open your eye real big and rub it inside your eye," and he'd follow any instruction that she gave him.
People are absolutely disgusting. People are disgusting. The problem is there's an audience for it, like you, Bob. Okay.
Well,
you're
control.
Oh my God, I'm nauseous.
No, Virginia was like this, set up with a chat room, a bunch of people and the guys would drop in.
You are out of your motherfucking mind.
God.
I would never.
Oh, I need some compazine for the nausea.
Oh yeah.
We'll get you some Fran.
Sometimes there'd be couples right there in front of the
web. I don't think
web.
you have met him, but his name is God.
Oh.
There we go. All right, good way to change the subject.
There's sick shit out there.
Just some wackos out there.
I'm not even surprised. You know why? Because I met Bob through Virginia. That's why I'm not even surprised.
Yeah.
Funny.
Shit, oh dear. Yeah.
Well, it makes sense now when Klaus Schwab was talking about the worthless eaters when I didn't actually understand it in the beginning, but there's some crazy motherfucking people out there in the world.
I thought you about Bob in Virginia. It all makes sense now.
No, not Bob in Virginia. I'm talking about the poo eater. Like, who the fuck?
I know.
Yeah,
it would have been funnier.
You know, like that's a worthless eater. That person, no, that was for clicks and views, right?
All real, man. I couples doing what they're doing. I mean, just like they just drop into a room and when their webcam opens up and like, oh Lord, what are you?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we know that.
Let's shift slightly, or drastically, either or.
Let's put this bitch in reverse. Let's go to another.
So, seriously though, this is something me and Virginia have talked about before about that chick Taryn Manning. She played in a movie called Crossroads a long time ago with Britney Spears. She was also in Orange is the New Black, and that was like the bigger role. And she went several places actually. And she talks about oh my god, you guys! I need a round of applause. No, I'm just kidding. Moonchild made it. I didn't think you were actually
Moonchild.
Moonchild, yay!
I almost got.
I thought something must have blown up or something.
Nah.
I don't know if she was here for that, but yeah, we had somebody leave the panel because there was an explosion. She said earmuffs stop being that. Okay, real quick, one time. I haven't played it tonight. It is pretty funny.
You're a pain in the ass. You're a pain in my ass. Stop being that.
I love that. I keep saying she. I got to quit doing that. I love that he remembers that though, because it is pretty nuts.
It just occurred to me we might not see Jeff B for a long time. What's going on, Moon?
I know. What's
up, Carl?
That's him.
Hey, everybody.
I found him on YouTube. Oh
Who
my God.
What, he's live? Wait, what? Oh, what? Oh, we're not talking about the. Oh man, I don't want to know.
Yeah, somebody loaded up. Oh yeah, that's him. There he is.
Oh, gross. So, Moon, did you know what we were talking about right before you got up here about that Taryn Manning chick? That interview where she mentioned it, she called it the gold juice.
No.
Gold juice?
It's real short. Yeah, I mean, it kind of sounds like, the adrenal, and juicy chrome or however you want to call it. Like, I mean, it's just a short, like, minute or two, but yeah, she totally said this.
Rowena Rome.
There you go.
Money doesn't people's brains too. Especially if you didn't have it growing up, and
Also,
all of a sudden you have it.
Yeah.
It just
body language, hands in front of her mouth. Like, she's definitely the body language. She's like, anyways.
Yeah.
That seems like real trash.
They're talking about Britney
I
Spears
never
and
met
Murphy right now.
I met Lynn, but not her dad.
And then with Brittany Murphy, like looking at these cases, is there a little part of you that's like, oh, thank God.
I think it's interesting that Brittany Murphy bought Britney Spears' house. That was covered in black mold, and that's where Britney Spears moved out. And then Brittany Murphy bought that house. I always thought that was interesting. Like, black mold is very dangerous.
Very
for our health.
dangerous.
So I always thought that was interesting because she died with like pneumonia, I think, pneumonia, and just like out of nowhere.
And then
I've seen the documentary about that guy Simon, who I think had the same drugs in his system or something, and him and the mom were in cahoots. I mean, I think it's like there was a lot of really spooky shit around that. Do you ever sort of feel like you're glad you didn't get to that level? When you say like, I don't get out to star in movies, you know what I mean? When you say that, like, do you think there's a level of fame that is just too dangerous for this?
Yeah.
psyche?
So yeah. If you don't drink the Kool-Aid, you don't drink the gold juice. So I was offered the gold juice 3 times in my 20s, my 30s, and
What's
my
that?
40s.
Pee? A lot of golden showers.
The gold juice that I will live forever and I'll have whatever I want. The gold juice. You never offered the gold juice?
No, I'm a scumbag comic. What's the gold juice?
I don't know, but I didn't drink it and I didn't want it. And
is this
I noticed when all the girls, certain girls on Orange changed. Yeah, it's a real thing. It's like a real thing. Like, it's all a real thing. And it's scary because they send like people after you and they can like kind of moonlight as like a friend or.
Oh my gosh. I'll hang on, Yorga. Just saying. It was pretty much over too. These assholes are like they're starting to know how long I play the stuff. I swear.
And they're wolf in sheep's clothing. And listen, you can have everything you want, all the fame in the world, all the money. I'm like, what if I just drank it for the night? You know what I mean? Like, what if and I don't know what it is. If it's a metaphor for the gold juice, like, you feel what I'm saying?
Mostly.
And
if there's a tincture that makes you younger, I better know where. You better let me in on this. If adrenochrome is real, I'll be first in line.
You can put, some of the women put like some type of like baby's foreskin on their face.
Sure. Why do you think I'm having a kid?
Sandra Bullock.
You think I want to be a mother?
Wow.
That gets creepy. Yeah. Sandra Bullock. She talked about it with Ellen. But yeah, that whole gold juice stuff, like, that was like a year ago, but it's still some people. I mean, a lot of people, like, I know Virginia had seen it because we talked about it, but not everybody.
What year was Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas published? The book.
Oh my God, that's been a long time, but I remember that part of the book that you're talking about, and well, it's definitely in the movie. He's like, oh no, this stuff's way better. Talking about, he was saying it was better than heroin in the book, in the movie. But I don't know when.
And they're using foreskins for facial stuff. And in Turkey they make wallets out of foreskins.
Oh.
If you rub it, it turns into a suitcase.
Hey, look, man, one of the most disturbing things I can remember seeing in a book when I was young was in a National Geographic, and it showed human upholstered chairs. All right. They used human skin in Africa to make chairs, and they had pictures of that in National Geographic.
I mean, leather is leather. This is not new.
Now, you see, Virginia, that makes me not so weird just because I have a girl in my basement and a meat saw
You
and
absolutely do not.
and a bottle of lotion and a bottle of lotion.
Yeah.
Silence of the Lambs.
Well, we're desensitized to it with things like the Lambs.
And an upholstery shop.
Man, I ain't using no leather. I ain't using no leather I can't identify. All right.
Now, leather's weird. Just make a big old sandwich. Ain't that weird?
Cola. Cola, how do you spell that gal's name? It was that gal that was just talking from Orange is the New Black. How do you spell her name?
Taryn Manning, Taryn, and Manning is Manning. Sorry.
Go ahead. What was it?
2 N's, Manning. Yeah, I got a couple more clips. She's said a lot of things here and there. And I feel like she's starting to do the is it Orlando Brown, where he says so much crazy, wacky stuff that it doesn't matter. Now he can say whatever because they just, oh, he's crazy. I think they do that on purpose, man. I think that's what she was doing. Wow. Yeah, go ahead.
We got about 120 hides in the shop. I got to make Pamela a leather outfit soon.
Man, is it going to be? It probably won't be YouTube seeable if you're making it for Pamela. He's gonna make a. Never mind. I'll stop. Where's
No, I was just thinking I'll get him to make me a leather Speedo, man. How cool would I be on my boat then, man?
No.
I'll get me one of those helmets that's got the horns coming out of it, and I'll go by the boat ramp. And I'll be playing that song. It goes da 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 da. Yeah,
that doesn't sound remotely as fun as what I was thinking. All right, that doesn't sound as fun.
Oh, it's going to be fun.
Speedos are never cool. Never.
They are on me.
No, you got to go with a loincloth. A loincloth is way more acceptable. All right, I got some buckskin for a loincloth for myself. I'm definitely making
but
that.
leather, man, that means you know what you're doing, man. That means you're there for business. That's right.
I use a lot of leather. I've got some stuff on my page. I made a custom banjo case for an 1800s banjo that was worth like $50,000. Or I put it on my page. Guy I really love me. He follows me. He's been on my lives and everything.
Who's Natasha, Debbie?
Natasha Lyonne. She was also in Orange is the New Black. She was.
Who is that? Is she the one with the curly hair? I'm sorry,
yes.
I don't know.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
yes,
she. You know what? She totally blew up, didn't she? She does that weirdo show. Like, I didn't like it too much. I can't remember what the name of that show is.
Well, the weirdest thing I remember about that Tyra Manning was about 3 or 4 years ago. She was on Instagram in her brand new Tesla, and she was having a breakdown.
I saw that too. Was she talking about cheating on this girl's? And she was talked about graphically what she was going to do.
Yes,
I totally remember that.
And
she wonder which one came first, you know,
out of her car cola, because remember, dude, like stole most.
She's gonna buy him a boat. She said, right? That's what
she had to buy him a boat.
Yeah. She was close to her heart. She was losing it, man.
I think that's when they were coming at her to try to break her down and make her look crazy because she didn't take the golden juice. Because
I agree.
She offered it 3 times, and she's not gone anywhere with her career.
Nope, but all the others did. So I got one more real quick. Same chick.
Well, she started out in a band with her brother. That's how somebody found her.
I remember that old movie Crossroads with Britney Spears because I was still kind of young when that came out. And I didn't even, her role wasn't, I mean, I guess it was, but this real quick clip, she talks about Terrence Howard and she calls them shapeshifters and all kinds. It's like a minute or two, but yeah, she definitely disappeared after this. This is her on her own live, you know, and she takes them down, but people screen record. The internet's forever, you know. I bet she wishes this wasn't out there now.
It's like Terrence Howard, great guy. Yeah. What he asked me to do every day before set. Great guy though. Great guy, great actor. Yeah. But guess what? I'm not a snitch.
Guess there's another video I'd actually rather play because they actually show pictures of you know, her near him and stuff where she was on sets with movies where he's touching her leg and stuff. And she looks really, really young, but this is just the actual footage of when she did it. And so,
but because I know that the Lord's gonna save me because I'm not a me tooer. I'm not someone that's a money hungry lady. I know exactly what happened to me. Great guys, but listen, great actors, great artists, great guys. Yeah, these are great guys.
I'm lost.
Great thems. I mean, who knows anymore? Great demons. I don't know. Great shapeshifters. Yeah. 5 days. I know that him and P Diddy were boyfriends, and that's basically how P Diddy got to the top. And I know that that's why Whitney Houston's not with us anymore. And that, you know, that letter that she handed to Brand, was it?
This part gets me so much because she's in Hollywood and stuff, and she's sitting here wondering the same stuff I'm wondering. Not all of them pay attention to this stuff, I don't think, but when Whitney Houston was drenched wet and her daughter was there and she was trying to hand Clive a note, but Brandy took it instead. And she's like, I wonder what was in that note she was trying to give Brandy. I mean, it's just weird. It's almost surreal, but there's only like 10 more seconds.
Yeah, was it Brandy that day and Monica? I've always wondered what that said. Probably run for your life. Like, man, I wish I could perform, but not worth it.
Probably run for your life. That was good. Probably was.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, that's what
she got offered the juice, the golden juice. I don't know what
3
the fuck that is for sure. You know, the insinuation is that it's selling your soul.
Yeah, and you're gonna live forever. Anything you want is what she said.
Have you ever thought about your soul? Can it be saved? Or perhaps you think that when you're dead, do you stay in your grave? Is God just a name that you read in a book when you were in school? Would you like to see the Pope on the end of the road? Do you think he's a fool? I'm sorry, they were talking about Ozzy, so
You got musical Tourette's. I've got it too, but I didn't realize we made it to the karaoke part. I didn't know that's where we're at now. Now I know.
Well, she didn't sell her soul, and she kind of came out and was like, yeah, it was pretty awkward, and she's not an A-lister. She didn't get put up to the next level, if we think of it in that framework. Comes down to selling her soul, whatever that means. There's a lot of interpretations of that. And
for sure.
I still got my soul. I'm keeping it too. I ain't giving it up.
That does sound ritualistic. You know what I mean? Whatever. It's, you know.
It's the most valuable thing I have. What's up, Monty?
Hey, Monty.
Monty, baby.
Monty.
Well, I agree that I don't think she did either. And I also think she may be, I don't know for sure. She might just be nuts, right? That's a possibility. But she might be doing the Orlando Brown thing. She might be acting extra crazy, saying wild out there stuff so that people don't pay attention to her anymore. And it takes the spotlight. People just start calling her crazy and she can like kind of, what do you call it? Go under the radar, so to speak.
I wonder what she's doing for a gig though, because when you come out outspoken like that, you don't get work in Hollywood.
No, she's not. I don't think either. Doesn't seem like it.
She's made several appearances over the years, very strange acting videos where she comes out, and even her fans are like, "What the fuck was that?" You know, she does show up every now and then with something really weird, off the wall shit. Been doing that for a long time.
I've never even heard of her.
Oh, no, I'm talking about Britney. I'm talking about that Britney Spears. I was talking about Britney Spears.
Oh, I'm talking about this woman here.
Yeah.
I knew her from Orange is the New Black, but I didn't realize she was also in Crossroads, which was a horrible movie with Britney Spears, you know. But like I said, I was young and it was the new thing. And
she was my favorite character in Orange is the New Black. I liked her quirky little her character.
See this? What kind of a movie is it? Is it a movie or a TV series?
Girls in jail or prison. That's why Orange is the New Black. Like it's a play on. It's corny, but
okay. I'll be honest. You piqued my interest.
Oh, I was into
yeah, women behind bars. Yeah.
Oh, there's all kinds of those types of scenes too. I mean, I could see why a guy would like that show, but that's not what I was watching for.
And women in fast cars, women in districts, and women with no dress.
She was in the original American Pie.
Was she?
if I'm not mistaken.
Like a woman in a uniform. See the woman with her clothes torn.
Oh wait, Turn Manning. Shit, I was thinking of Natasha Lyonne. Sorry, I'm like.
That's right. She
Very
was in.
good.
She's the one I'm
And
thinking. She's in that. What was that movie? Something. Oh gosh, it was like a cute teen. Hillbillies of no. It was like the Hills of Hollywood, or what was the heck was that movie?
Oh, girl, yes, I know what movie you're talking about. It's
It was a good movie too.
It was cute. Yes. Damn it. Yes.
What's her name from My Cousin Vinny was in it with her too.
Yes. Yes. Slums of Beverly Hills.
There you go.
Slums of Beverly Hills, right?
Slums of Beverly Hills. Yes, you're right.
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. Yes.
That's where I knew her from.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. My notes are so sloppy. I had a couple clips out of Riz Flex. She's awesome. She's always sharing some trippy ass stuff, you know. But I'm not really sure which ones. Where is Kids Off Court? What is this? Tara Manning was Cherry in Sons of Anarchy, and she played. And yep, and she was in that movie called Crossroads. I feel like that might have been one of her first big things. Huh. She's definitely likable. I agree with you, Ten. There's something about her super likable, and like
she was in over it says here 80 acting credits. She was in 8 Mile, Flow, Get Real, Hawaii Five-O.
Monty Baby knows everything about her. What'd she have for dinner last night, Monty Baby?
Billy's doing
But she started out in a band with her brother, and it was called Boom Cat.
I've heard of them.
You're making fun of me.
What did Tara Manning play in Boom Cat? Oops.
That's ridiculous.
Dang, how many trains are going through?
Oh, I thought I muted it during the loud part. It gets right up close to the building. That's when I want to black.
They're beeping it. They're beeping at Carl.
Doesn't fucking say. That's weird.
I don't know any of those shows you guys were just talking about. I'm not sure I want to know.
The chick flicks, Camo. Chick flick.
Oh, well, those are handy to have around. I mean, you could always keep a Journey cassette in your collection because the gals always like that.
Yeah, rom-com.
Oh, wow.
I'm guilty. I like some of that shit. I mean, I can watch like Wuthering Heights. You know, I dig that shit, and so I'm guilty.
Right.
So you like chick flicks? I knew it.
Some of them.
Yeah.
I don't tell anybody. Hell, I used to like ABBA. I didn't tell anybody when they were out, but I liked them.
Yeah, you couldn't have done that.
Right.
Oh, you get your ass beat.
That's funny.
Yeah, around here they beat your ass for that. Yeah.
It'd be like saying you like the bass. Absolutely terrible.
So, y'all want to watch any more clips of the crazy? This is her talking about Riz Flex, who I love, talking about the firstborn son thing about Hollywood. There's a bunch of different things that she gathered and put together in a little short clip. I mean, we got to talk about something anyway, right? I don't know if y'all have ever heard of that. I guess I have. I've heard of sacrifices, not necessarily first son or anything, but I guess there's something to that I didn't know.
All right, let's see.
True that to get to a certain level in Hollywood, these famous people have to sacrifice their firstborn child. Is that a crazy thing to say?
I've heard. Okay, let me just say for the record, I don't know any of this to be first. Like, I can't prove what I'm about to say. If you ask me what I can prove, I can't prove this. But if you ask me what I believe, I believe there is a club, and I do believe that there are certain people that to attain certain stature or certain level of influence or power, fame, whatever, you're required to either sacrifice a blood sacrifice, whether it be a mom or a relative or whatever, or transition one of your kids, because it's all worshiping their God.
So what are the signs that you see that make you think that that's true?
Well, how many? What do you mean? Go Google your stars and see how many of them lost a parent or how many of them lost a kid. Died in accidents or died during a certain period of time in their life. Go Google. Go see how many stars.
Yes, we've done videos on it. Reference Joe Biden's firstborn son.
And then there's like a lot more people and stuff, but I didn't realize it was the first son. I knew that there were like sacrifices, they said. I mean, came out, Yorga. What's that mean? Oh, came out. My gosh.
No, because Marnie was hooting on me because I like rom-coms.
Hooting. I love that. We're bringing it back.
Oh, and ABBA. Yeah, I liked ABBA, but I couldn't tell anybody.
Yeah, ABBA did it.
ABBA did it.
100%.
My advice is just stay in that fucking closet. Nobody wants to see that.
So I don't know. I know it's dark, but I end up in those rabbit holes about things, and I really like her. She did a lot of cool stuff in that one. About just like she talks about Russia banning Satanism, which is good and random, but just a bunch more. There's some weird clips in there. Nick Cannon's 6-month-old son, Travolta's son. What, Miss Wintersue?
Wait.
What? I don't know. Travolta's son. Nick Cannon's got so many daggone kids. Okay, yeah. Billy's doing the link sharing. So, Tim.
Thank you, Bus Knives.
Karen Reese, I don't know if you were here. You totally beat Willard, and then he got back in there again. I saw you were there, and then time went on, and it like made it go away. And then he looked like he was first.
Hey.
I noticed
behind in the live, or has this been like a festering fantasy? She just had to say it eventually,
Oh my gosh, I don't know.
We'll
I didn't
find
even know what it said. I think she's just being funny.
See, this is how it starts, Yorga. You get a fan like that in the chat. Pamela said she was the president of my fan club before we hooked up. You never know where it can go.
Yeah. I'm in a goofy mood tonight.
I love it. I'm glad you've stayed. I was honestly thinking of shutting it down earlier tonight, but we're all having so much fun. I feel like if we just went backstage, Moonchild will start talking. That's all you got to do. But I don't know. There's some more of these clips. I don't know what else I got here. Like I said, there's something about this cop talking about a possession. That was pretty interesting what he said. I mean, I don't know why people would make these stories up or anything, but it was a super interesting story. So might as well. Let me get this. Oh shoot, it's not muted. See, a lot of times I get the ad while I haven't pulled it up, and I think I'm slick, but then they always get me. It's like they know when I'm presenting and when I'm not. Because right now it's giving me an ad, but shoot.
Completely off subject. Did you see where Matt Riff bought the museum or whatever, the Annadol shit?
Who? Annabelle?
Yes, the Annabelle doll.
Oh no, I like Matt Rife though. He's funny. He really is, and he shoots from the hip like that. What the heck? Don't get it. What the heck? I swear, I leave for 2 seconds. I come back. I have no idea what people are talking about. I'm going to bed to get sleep these cigarette cravings away. Monty, hold something and fake it, and like a pin that's been gutted or cinnamon stick. I swear that's a lot of it. That helped me when I was quitting. I had to do something with my hands and try to, and nap was one of my favorite things to do, or snack, but then you still want it after you eat. Yeah, that's look at Garrett. That's what they just said, Garrett. Oh, look at Billy. Bless his heart. She'll catch up probably, and then she'll figure it out. I've done that. What happens to me sometimes, I'm in a stream, I'm watching, I do some things, I come back, and it's picked me up where I've left off. And I don't, don't realize it right away. I think that's probably happened to everybody before. But anyways, this one that's like a minute long. I'll share it because I thought it was cool. Like, I believe this stuff is true, that possessions and things like that can be
This
true.
man is a former cop claiming, he did see some of this in the field.
This is back when I was a patrol officer before I went up to the gang unit. There's an apartment complex where a caller on the first floor called 911 for a physical disturbance for the floor above, and said they could hear a man and woman yelling. We get there, I knock on the door, and I hear this deep voice. I was like, Fabo, please, open up. And it's like, get the F out of here. We don't want you here. And I was like, oh, well, sorry, we're here. And then I hear, help. So we took a step back, kicked the door in. The door came open. There was a female that was standing right in front of the door. So we grabbed her, pulled her back, gave her back to the third officer, and then myself and the secondary officer. This dude's in here or he's jumped out, right? So we clear up, nothing. So I go back out. I'm all right, let me talk with her. As I'm talking to her, I'm getting her information. She's cut real bad. EMS comes, they wrap her up, and I'm asking her, hey, man, what happened? Like, who's in the apartment with you? She's like, nobody's in the apartment. I'm like, look, I get you're trying to protect your man here. I'm just thinking it's just a battered wife who doesn't want their husband going to jail. And she looks up at me. She's like, what are you going to do, Samuel? And Samuel's my first name. But Samuel's not on my badge. It's not on my shirt. It's not on paper. Anything that I did paperwork-wise was Blake. There's only one person that calls me Sam and Samuel, and that's my grandfather.
That's creepy.
Yeah, big time.
Overcoming the demons in Utah. What the heck? I don't remember that part. That's like, let's see, 1 minute, about a minute, maybe a little bit longer. Might as well, since we're right here. Let's do 1 more minute. I do love her. She covers shit that she goes in the same rabbit holes, I swear. I love it, honestly. Let's see what he's talking about.
More instances of people in real life having to deal with this stuff.
In Utah, we saw lots of demons in Utah. We're in Salt Lake City. In our meeting, we'd have interesting people show up. Witches were showing up all the time. I'm praying for this girl at the end of the meeting, and from behind me, this guy grabs my kidney. And it wasn't like, hey, brother, how are you? It's like, I'm going to rip your kidney out. So I turn around. There's this huge guy I've never seen before, and his pupils are going in and out super fast. And he screams at the top of his lungs, I was sent here to kill you. I am going to kill you. And I said, oh, cool. So I turned back around, put my back to him, and kept praying for the girl. And he says, excuse me. I said, excuse me. I said, I'm trying to pray, so shut your mouth. In Jesus' name, his mouth shuts. And so I finished praying for the girl, and I said, okay, listen, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to count to 3. And when I get to 3, you're either going to say, I want Jesus, I want freedom, or you're going to run out of this building. I'm never going to see you again. Do you understand me? His head goes like this, and I count to 3, and he goes running out of the building. And then this guy comes over to me who's a visitor, and he says, hey, so what do I need to do? I said, what do you mean? He goes, I'm an atheist. He goes, I saw that guy's eyes. Like, that's not possible. And like, you calmly walk over to this guy, and you're just talking about Jesus. This guy goes running out. So what do I need to do? So that's why I say not only is the demonic weak, they're quite stupid. They're actually allowing people to come to Christ. There's no place of fear with this stuff.
So,
I don't know. I thought it was pretty trippy.
It is.
And I believe it too. I know you guys were talking about that. Was well, I don't know if that was backstage or on panel or both. About supernatural experiences and things like that.
Wasn't there like a priest that was like chuckling on a interview? They did his videotaping, and they kept on hearing a knocking in the background. He's like, "Hold on." He said, "They like to disturb you, you know." And he goes out and he's like, "Go away, demon," or something like that. I don't know. And he like says something, and then he goes back in, and like there's no more knocking on the door.
We need to seriously tell ghost stories one night, you know?
Oh yeah, I would love that.
Yeah,
I mean,
'cause everybody's got some.
we could do that backstage if y'all want. We could open up. There's only a couple more spots anymore. Billy.
What did he say?
Hey, Matthew McConaughey. Yeah, I do too, Miss Mindersue. I would love to see you come back to a backstage, Miss Mindersue. Some of these people that have been around forever but don't come on panel or backstage. Oh, I would love that. Somebody was talking about it at your place, Bonnie. Who was that? Saying, I wish I knew how. I was thinking, well, I wish you did too. It'd be so cool to meet some new people. They're not really new. They're just like always in chat, you know.
I don't want to welcome anything like that into my life. I actually would like to shun all that away from me in Jesus' name. I don't want anything to do with any of that stuff.
Yeah,
And
they
I
say
do
I agree, Carl. They say if you go looking for it, it will find you.
Oh yeah.
So stay
And the
away from
same
that.
goes with God. If you go looking for him, you will find it.
and it is true. And I can't believe that people, and I'm not trying to, there's a lot of mistakes I've made and dumb things I've done, but I can't believe so many people, because I've actually personally known some, and then I've heard of people that actually invited in on purpose, that like go through, open up books and say certain.
All you need is a Ouija board. That's all you need.
To welcome. That's
You
so
know what I've seen. You ever play with a real rambunctious dog like a pit bull or a Doberman or something, and you got their favorite rag toy, and you're playing tug of war with them, and their eyes go fucking fully black, and the only thing on earth right now is that toy. You can swing that dog around the room, he ain't letting go. That's the only fucking thing that matters to him. It's like they glass over, their eyes glass over. Well, I've fucking seen that in people before. I've seen people go over the edge to where their eyes go all fucking black, and they are not the same person I knew. I've seen that a couple times in life, so I do believe in that.
I do too.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
All you can do is, cover yourself in the blood of Jesus is what I recommend if you feel like you're in the presence of evil.
Yep.
That's my go-to. The first thing I do it without even really thinking sometimes, even in storms or things like this, I just find myself doing that or praying. And it, if nothing else, it's comforting me, but I don't think that's all it does. Where are you at? 10, you're not on duty, are you?
No, there's different channels out here that are Catholic priests, and some of them are exorcists. And one thing that they say in common is that a demon cannot stand someone praying nearby them. It hurts them. So they generally will leave or change their tactics, and they cannot tolerate the name of Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Right.
All right, you just made me think of something though. And I'm just going on movies, every movie. And anytime you hear about in real life demonic possession or anything like that, they're always Catholics. Why is that? Why is that?
The people that get them out, you mean?
No, the people are affected by it, and the people that get them out. It's always Catholic.
Well, it's actually the language that you're seeing, because it goes back in history and natives and ancient European history, all that. There was accounts of it, and it wasn't necessarily a Catholic occurrence.
No, I understand that, but I mean for the main part, it is.
Right. You're talking about the ability to exorcise a demon. You're right, because the Catholics, you had to have somebody who was ordained to do that, right?
Yeah, I mean that's what they say.
Yeah, as I understand it, the Catholics have a process to select an education system for them to go through, and they're not the only ones.
Doesn't Jesus tell us to use his name? I mean, I know he uses his name, but doesn't he instruct us to use his name to deal with this issue?
Yeah.
Yes, any of us can rebuke evil and bind it.
We can, but yeah.
Seems to work for me.
Me too.
Me too.
I use that in prayer and holy water and smudging and ringing bells, all that. Whenever the house feels dirty, you know what I mean? Yeah, I burn sage.
I find also the word no. It works real well.
Real well. Yep.
Right.
They're just kind of like a worm that will slide into any crack they can get into, and nasty creatures.
I pray every single day to surround me and my family with his holy angels to protect us from harm, death, evil, sickness. Every day surround me with your angels, and they're there.
That's beautiful.
I can't see them. But they're there. And even I was hanging out with my daughter. I took her out on a boat. I said, you got angels around you, right? She said, what are you talking about? And I said, because I pray that they will be there for you, and they will. You can call upon them. They'll be there. That's good sleeping, man. You know?
Yes.
That's beautiful, Yorga.
What?
Yes.
I said that's beautiful, Yorga. I love you.
Oh, it's just common sense is what it is, baby.
That's right, baby.
That's the part I don't understand, Yorga, is you have a choice. And these people who make that choice, I just can't understand their thinking. Joining the losing side like that, you know? It's like you just...
I don't either, man. I don't either. You know? I mean, temptation is a mother.
So I've never done this muching, and that's interesting thought, Angela. I've definitely anointed my doorways and prayed over my house. But I want to circle back. I'm not just real quick because I never did share the part where they talk about the webinars and the petition that you can join. And I hope anybody that ever joined a petition in life would join this petition and you know, like Bonnie, you said you don't want to donate to stuff or, you know, whatever, like the petition, you don't have to donate at all. It's funny because it's very similar. Like I said, everybody gets where they get. Sometimes people get to the same place different ways. And when they start talking about the webinars and things like this, it really reminded me. Yeah, I know. Circle back, Jim Psaki. It really reminded me of the things you were always talking about, you know. But this is just pertaining to this specific matter, which I feel like should unite both sides. Like we should agree on this one thing, if nothing else, you know. Anyways, I just want to give them the chance to tell you, you know, how and where and why.
She's one of the.
She's still in prison.
No, she's out. And I run an organization called Epstein Justice, and we're trying to get justice for what we want is two relatively basic moral things. We want, if you cover up a crime, you're aiding and abetting that crime. We want to know why the government aided and abetted child trafficking, and we want the perpetrators to be prosecuted. And Alicia is actually a associate director of Epstein Justice. She's gone to school, graduated, I think it was summa cum laude, and she also happily married, owns a home. I mean, she is like one in a billion, really, I think that.
Yeah, really. And so is Audra that we had on last week. She's on the board too, isn't she?
She is on the staff also, yeah. I've got some really good people at Epstein Justice. I'm really, really happy how it's evolving.
Can people go there and help out, donate?
Oh, yeah, definitely. You can go to EpsteinJustice.com. We need donations. We definitely need donations. Okay. And then we also have, every month we have webinars where we teach people, give them the tools to pressure their legislators, because we're going to need that. And there's also a change.org petition that it would be great if people sign too. And that kind of change.org brings people together. We put it up like about 5 weeks ago. We've got over 30,000 signatures. And so that just shows that people are very concerned about this. And it's great. And actually Epstein Justice, we've been trying to get congressional people to, what we want is a congressional commission, independent congressional commission to investigate Epstein. And we want
a special prosecutor.
Well, we want a congressional commission, which is a little different than a special prosecutor, because a independent congressional commission could include civilians like me.
That's what I was trying to tell you about earlier, Bonnie. I really do think that guy's the real deal. I think he's trying to, you know, really do the right thing. Like he explained, he tried so hard with the Franklin scandal and couldn't get anywhere, but this is starting to get traction. And Thomas Massey was the first legislator to get behind him. And see, Jeff's gone now, but that is one of the things that they said, that Mike Johnson shut down Congress early to avoid the vote because he didn't want to do it. And what's crazy is Mike Johnson's the one, he was just saying, shared that app with, who did we lose? The app with their son.
We lost Bob. Something blew up at his house.
What about Bob? Good night, Bob. Oh, Milkmaid. Hey, Milkmaid. I didn't see. I was on the other screen. Always annoying. There she is. But yeah, I think he's trying to do the right thing, and I don't see what it could hurt to try to get a little bit more transparency. I don't think that there's anything bad that he's trying to accomplish. I don't think he's going to take the money and run or something. I think any money is going to go towards, the good reasons, I hope. But that's a much longer interview. It's like almost, I think it's an hour and 20 minutes, and I probably shared 2 or 3 clips out of it because, man, do we get all over the place.
Dude, Milkmaid made it. I'm so happy to see you.
Yeah, with that, she's probably just like getting up for the day, right? We've been circled around to the morning.
Right. Yeah.
By the way, it's 333 here.
Yeah.
Here too.
3. Yeah.
I'd love to share some more of this, but it is getting late, and I'm sure we'll stay back here for at least a little while, or at least, anybody that wants to can, and kind of wrap it up for the night.
I'm getting ready to say good night myself. I got to work in a few hours, but it was fun, and I'll see y'all soon.
All right, Camo, baby.
Good night, Camo.
Good night.
Are we putting in a backstage link, or are we shutting down now?
Yeah, Billy wants to.
Okay.
As long as everybody's respectful and all that,
I'm so disrespectful.
Yeah,
you're allowed. You get a pass. To see you on Wednesdays, like it's the universe does not like us to hang out on Wednesdays.
I know.
I'm sorry, Emma.
Child, I'm so glad you're back here.
Hey, 10.
That's pretty cool. I don't know when this will happen again, but I'm pretty happy about it.
Me too.
Like if I ever picked up another day, that's I would literally match it to her schedule. I'm not even kidding. I wouldn't even dare pick up another day without trying to make sure that it wasn't a work day for her, because it sucks, man.
Hey, Milkmaid wants to backstage.
Yeah, Billy can do the link. I'm looking for
I think you already did.
Okay. I don't know. I'm sorry, y'all. Does anybody have any goodbyes?
Bye.
Toodles.
All right, that works. Thanks for coming, guys. See you again next weekend. Everybody, good night, YouTube.
Serenado suckers.